It's Brittany, bitch.
Hello. Hi everybody. Welcome in. Hey, those are some nice fancy emotes you guys got there. Welcome in everybody. Who was first? Nikki was first. Let's go, Nikki. Congratulations. Britt got second. Hello, Wolfie. Hello, Izarl. Hi, Oni. Welcome in everybody. Oh, hi. Oh, hi! Guys, I have been cheesing all day about these emotes. I literally, like, it's so silly how excited I am over them. I'm literally so excited over them. I don't know why. I just am. I'm so excited. Hi, Tori. Welcome in. Welcome in. The new emotes and I got the notification. Yay! I'm so excited. I'm so happy with them. I'm already looking at, like, new ones and, like, different ones and possibilities for, like, if the day ever comes where I get another emote slot. Like, what emote am I gonna use? Like... cheese loading, cheese loading, cheese loading. Cheese loading. Welcome in, guys. So we did it. For those of you who didn't make it all the way through, we did it. We beat Abiotic Factor last night. We finally did it. It's finally done. It's finally done. The possibilities. Imagine the possibilities. Or did you? No, I did. No, there was an end credit scene. There was an end credit scene. I did it. It's done. You can't do this to me.
Hello?
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 How's it going?
It's going good. How are you?
So good.
So good. You sound like so good.
Oh my god, thanks.
Oh my god, thanks. Yeah, you sound totally in the best mood.
I'm in the greatest mood.
But did you 100%? I'm not. That's not funny. That's not funny. What's next on the list? For me or for, like, me and Dirge? Dirge and I just play games, like, as the wind carries him. Like, the next time there's a game that we're both interested in that, like, nobody else is gonna play, we'll play together. So I don't know what the next game for me and Dirge is, but after Borderlands is Red Dead.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption. Part do. And then after Gigi and I finish Elden...
Yeah.
It's Borderlands again. I'm like, I'm gonna finish Borderlands. Or, well, depending on how long this takes, depending on how long this takes, we might end up doing what we do for our birthday.
That's true.
Instead, temporarily. We should probably just do that since we're gonna start it on our birthdays.
So stupid.
We've already lost it.
I don't think I ever had it.
That's great. Okay.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, we could. We should. We could.
We could. I mean, the original plan can happen at any time.
That's true. It can.
Because I have it downloaded.
It's true. I think we should do... Because we probably have, realistically, we probably have a couple more weeks left of this, so it might actually work out perfectly.
It might.
Might. Are we ready? Are we ready to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay. Castle watering hole. A new Gigi-ism? Well, she's not like a Gigi-ism of the day. It's just they happen when they happen.
Well, There's a string in my back, and if you pull it, then something absolutely unhinged will come out.
Every single week, it's something new. They just they just reinvent it. All right, so one of these motherfuckers is alive, if you remember from last week.
I do remember. Oh God!
I
They're
know.
all dead except for this one.
And he just starts like standing up.
Like, nope, run.
Have you tried my spinach artichoke? Come on, guys. Can we get through a single stream without immediately talking about spinach artichoke dip?
There's more to me than my
meets my dip
abilities.
There more than meets the dip. Transformers.
Dip that's in disguise.
it disguised as what? Oh, he stood up.
Oh, sir.
We didn't even talk to him, touch him, go near him.
Listen, not everything's about you, bro.
Oh, I think there's probably an ass over here. A spirit ass.
An ass?
Yeah, this is probably a spirit ass. A revered spirit ass. It's gotta at least be mentioned, it's true. Who are we but to fucking beat a dead horse when it comes to a joke?
Yes. My legacy.
Can you get through the... Yeah, you can. Okay. Okay, that's cool. I wish you couldn't shoot fire through the building, but here we are. The dip is how to get to the moor that meets the eye. I see. I see where you're going with that.
Wait, where did you go? You went this way?
Right here, outside. Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
I'm just exploring. There's got to be a way to get to the top of this place so that I can throw the thing in his head.
Yeah.
But yeah, I changed my Ash of War while I was waiting for you.
Your Ash of War?
My Ass of War. Look at it now. Where are you? Look. Ready? Watch.
Ooh, that's dope. What's that one?
It is called Ghost Flame Call. It's
Ghost Flame Call?
Ice. It's ice.
Does it call ghost flames?
It does, because ghost flames are burr cold.
There must be some ghost flames in the atmosphere.
I said burr.
So
It's
remember
ghosty
how
in here.
I could never remember which controls actually are to do anything in this game?
Yeah.
I kept fucking up in Ghost. Doing
Oh
the
no.
controls
Oh no.
I'm like, why am I not fighting? Why do I keep throwing fucking sand? Oh, because that's the fighting. Oh, yep,
Oh, and now you're back
R1.
here. And so now you're gonna be messed up
R1.
here again.
No, I should be fine because
Oh.
I was doing that all the way until the end of stream.
Oh, you
Like,
never
I
you never adjusted?
I never got better.
Oh, that's funny. Oh yeah, he here now. Alright, so can I throw... Oh no, he not here. Oh wait, is he here? No, this guy's not here. I got him!
Got him.
Let's go, horsemen. Four horsemen,
yeah.
the Taylor Swift of Elden Ring.
What?
I don't know about that. The bot
honestly.
just called you the Taylor Swift of Elden Ring. How do you feel about that?
I'm up here.
I fail.
You fell down?
Yeah, I fell down.
You fell down, go boom?
Yeah.
Jump on this man? Is that how we get over there?
Does this guy stand up?
Man?
This man does not stand.
Man stand.
This man, can I go through his crotch? There's nothing
Probably.
inside of his crotch? Okay.
And you just need to ask for his consent first.
Well, I mean, he's just presenting it, like... I was in the presence of Taylor herself.
What do I think of what?
He got cut off, I think.
Did you mistype something?
Ah! 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 I was just trying to get him to, like, walk over to us, and he just
Oh no.
shit all over me.
Oh no.
He shit fire all over me.
It did.
So I shit fire
Oh,
to
that's
the
a problem.
rain.
What, Grace? What? I haven't listened to it because I am not a Swiftie and I have no need to listen.
Oh, none of us are a Swiftie, but it's all they talked about yesterday.
I mean, listen, if he's got a big dick and she wants to sing about it, go for it. Get it, girl. Like, we're all.
Oh no, my runes are cooked.
Songs. Why do we have a problem with Taylors? That's what I want to know.
No, we don't have a problem with tailors. We were
Not you.
talking about.
So we, as a general collective
yeah.
society.
We talked about it for a long time. We talked about all of our favorite songs that are about penis.
Penis.
Our favorite penis songs. I think some of us were just shocked that it came out of yeah. Like,
well,
for example, Britt's daughter, who is quite young, like stayed up till midnight to like listen to the release, and that's what they. Britt was like, oh.
Yay, Grace! That's exciting.
All right.
Oh, and I kept like trying to sprint by pressing circle, and that wasn't working.
Oh yeah, no, that no worky. That
Turns
no
out.
worky. With someone under 10, yeah. Okay, so then he needs to come over here then, so I can throw this at his head.
Yeah. Because there, as far as I can tell, there isn't a way to get onto the other building, but I could
That's
be
what
wrong.
I'm trying to figure out, yeah.
But this also feels like it's not high enough. Like, we need
Well,
to be
he
high.
bends his head down when he goes to shoot, so like, are we supposed to do it then? 'Cause that's kind of crazy.
Banonkers.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way to get up. Whoa, okay, chill.
Oh. Is there really no way to get over there? There's gotta
That's what I'm
be.
saying, there has to be.
Doesn't seem. There's also gotta be.
Alright, I'm going around this way.
Oh, he's following you.
Me?
I feel like, yeah.
Why he follow me?
Because you're just so cute.
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Why are you so obsessed? Oh, that fell down.
Which book, which edition? There we go. Hardcover of For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Yeah, is a romantic book.
Well, I have not read it, but I have heard of it.
You're surprised that a Kids Loved Artist put out a song like that? That's the same shit people say about Sabrina Carpenter. These are grown-ass adult women. They can sing
Yeah.
about sex if they want to.
That's like I don't have any issue. I don't have any issue with
She's
it.
35 years old.
It
If
was
she's
just-
getting trailed and wants to sing about it, then good for her.
Unexpected.
People say the same shit about Sabrina Carpenter because she used to be on Disney Channel, but she's 27 years old. Like,
Right. And like that's the other thing. Like if your kids like somebody as an artist that's, 20, 30 years older than them, like that's kind of on you to explain the things that they're singing about.
yeah.
Oh my god, you did not.
It's a great book. I like it a lot. No, don't kill me, please. I want to get my runes. Please, sir. Please, no.
I really can't figure out how to get on this building.
There must be a way. Okay.
Like, is there... There's not even a spring somewhere that needs to be opened. So many kids love her music. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's kind of... Gotta kind of expect.
I mean, she's never been a children's artist.
No, she just happened to be a child when she started.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of people kind of hold that against, like, children in the media, or children that grew up in the media. Like, they are like, oh my god, you were on Disney. And they're like, yeah, 20 years ago. Like,
Right.
am I supposed to adhere to that for the rest of forever?
Obviously. Well, and that's the thing. People also tend to equate pop music with, like, as lesser music for children anyway. And add a female artist on top of it, and then people just, like, are absolutely shocked and astonished when they sing about things that are not for children. Go die.
Alright, so I think you can, I think it can be done. In that,
Here?
like, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I am dead. Oh shit, I didn't realize I had 270,000 rings. Okay. I should probably, get those.
Yeah. I have 111.
Not
Jojo,
die.
I won't defend her for much, but she grew up and had every right to change mode. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're gonna expect someone to, but then you're going to criticize them and be like, they're 35 years old. Why are they acting like a 15-year-old? It's like, because if she acted like a 35-year-old, you would tell her you can't do that because children watch her. Listen to Eminem since I was 8. Yeah.
Okay. Sir. Shit.
Ruins of Auntie. I'll put a little C in front of that. Alright, can you just
There's
relax?
also, like, this weird rise in puritanical culture right now where it's like, the children must be protected from everything.
But
They
it's
must
not the parents' responsibility to protect them.
It's everyone else's.
Yeah. This is ridiculous, bro. Bro, let me just throw this pot of fire inside your head. Like, it's not that serious. Stop going over. Well, I jumped up there the one time, and now my character, like, she just, like, won't jump up there again. Just like Miley. Well, Miley is her role model, so yeah, probably. Yeah, and a lot of those girls, like, a lot of these kids are, like, yeah, contractually, like, while they're doing the project that they're doing, they can't look or dress or act another way. Like, I know he's not a kid, but, like, for example, like, Kit Harington wasn't allowed to cut his hair until after Game of Thrones was over, you know? Right. Okay, put your head down. No, not like that. Ugh.
Not like this.
Not like this. Please.
Please. Fire over there. Oh no. Okay. Also, this isn't TikTok. You can say the word kill. I hate that bullshit. I hate unalive. Drives me fucking insane.
Tell them how you really feel.
Sorry, I'm in a mood today.
No, you're good. I'm not upset at all. That was just like, I also hate that word, but I've never been the one to be like, all right, well, don't say it, because I am not uncomfortable with it. Yeah, but that's just like silly if you're like playing a video game and you're like, go unalive that boss. And it's like, No, I'm gonna go wreck his entire existence.
I would fucking murder him. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's why I forgot how to fucking do heals in this game.
Alright, there's gotta be a way. Alright, I'm gonna bait him away for a second. I can't do anything.
It's happened this way, I'm sure, but I hate it. I'm just letting you know, I absolutely fucking hate it.
Come on over here, guy. Come on.
Come forth, get wrecked.
There we go. He likes me for some reason. Wait, are we supposed to kill, like, blow up this one that's already kind of dead over here? And maybe that's how we get in the building?
Yeah, maybe that. Maybe. Here, let me try to lead him away.
Okay. He's, like, obsessed with me.
Oh my god, why are you so obsessed? Are you so obsessed?
What makes it worse? I watched Dance Moms except as a little kid. She's always loved and admired Miley. Yeah.
What up, shit stain? Come here. Ugh. Didn't like that.
Oh my gosh, cool.
Hey, hey, hey.
Why me, bro? Like, get out.
Hey, buddy. Oh, come here. Oh, here he comes. Look at me. Look at me.
He doesn't want anything to do with you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. The...
Sir, sir.
Right. Oh, I made a mistake, Ginger!
No, no. Well, I think,
I touched him a bunch of times! Why is he not... Why? Oh my god.
Where'd the other one go? Wait.
I just rested. I rested. I
Okay.
rested
Okay.
to hopefully reset him.
Oh my god. That was crazy.
34 watch streak, let's go.
Hell yeah, honey. Hell yeah.
Alright, so why is this guy not going away when we rest? That was lit. That was not lit.
I mean, technically, he lit his body.
Yeah. Well, that's definitely it. We definitely have to make him wake up and move.
Yeah.
But we need this other guy to get out of here.
Wait, are they both here? I think it's just the one guy.
Yeah, but if I touch the other guy and wake him up, then there'll be two of them.
Guy? Oh, sure.
That's why I screamed I made a mistake. Oh wait, no, he pieced out. We can get in here now.
I did mess up my controls. Well, I just wasted 3 fucking things.
Examine altar.
Hello, sir.
Oh, this is where you can make this sort of light.
It's lovely.
That's lovely. Yeah, so with that sword we picked up when we were in the ruins, we can make it into a sword of light, or we can make it into a sword of dark. That's how to make it into the sword of light. I don't know which one you want to do.
I don't know.
Or do you not curve?
I don't know what they do.
And they just, one of them has like light-based powers and one has like dark-based powers.
I mean, dark is more goth.
That's true.
Giant golden arc.
This guy is going to... Yep, okay.
Oh, no.
Alright, sir, can you relax with all of that? No, apparently not. Apparently you're just gonna blast through this doorway.
Get blasted.
Oh my gosh. Is that all that's in here? There's no way, right? No, now we have to figure out how to get up so we can kill this guy.
Maybe from here? Ugh.
Oh, I bet you, like, here?
Oh.
Oh, maybe not.
Okay,
Oh, come on, my guy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, but don't miss like I just did.
Oh, no, I can't make it up that way. Okay. Well, that's embarrassing. So maybe... I can't. Oh boy.
Wait, you can't make it all the way up? Or you just can't make it all the way up?
I made it, like, to the front, but fuck. Garbage.
No, don't touch.
Do a Taco Bell run? Get me something, okay?
Ooh.
Get me a burrito and a crunch wrap, please.
Yeah.
If you don't mind. Oh. Hello.
Oh, I think I figured it out.
You figured? Ow! You murdered my horse. A little bit.
Yay!
You did it?
I did it!
Got him?
A blood-sucking cracked tear.
Gross.
I know, but I did it. Yay!
Okay, so now we need to get the other one, right?
Well, we're gonna have to wake him back up, but yeah. Oh wait, so should I stay up there then?
Yeah, stay up there. I'll bring him
hold
over.
on. Let me go back then. Hooray! Oh, I didn't. Oh, I changed all of them and I forgot that one. Out of all of them, that's the one I forgot was my own hype command. But I changed all the others. I'm such a dingus. Copyright infringement.
Is safe again. It was just the one time. And it was just at that one specific Taco Bell.
Yeah, just a bad time.
They just did a bad one.
Damn, get good. I know, man, that was rough.
Wow.
I wish I was a good streamer. I really do. Maybe one day.
That was mediocre. God, I'm not even that.
Oh, you wait. Oh, he awake. You woke him up. Okay.
Yeah, I told you I was done then.
I know, but I failed. I was like, wait, I gotta get back up. It's okay. Do you even stream, bruh? No. No, I don't. Maybe one day, yeah.
I've never streamed.
Maybe one day I'll have really cool emotes, too. Hashtag new emotes. Hashtag subscribe.
Hashtag.
Hashtag no hashtags because it's Twitch.
Are you like... going up to this?
You even hashtag, bro?
Do you even? Maybe Gigi will give you some pointers? I am not the person to give anybody pointers on anything. Hello. Come here, sir. Oh my god, the textures are so fucked right now.
Oh no, is it doing texture thingies?
Yeah.
No. Bring him over here.
Tried. Sir? Would you like to chase me? Okay, okay.
Wait, hold on,
okay.
maybe. Oh, I'm scared to try, but I might be able to go over to where he is. Okay, yeah, I'm not trying it right now. What?
Okay.
What?
He's angry.
How did that hit my horse? That's a lie. The lie detector determined that that's a lie.
Detected that you're a lying ass bitch.
Alright, can I get you now? Oh, you're a little tall. Let's try.
Oh, no. Okay. You're doing great. Buddy, come over here. I'm trying to entice you. Are you enticed?
Oh, that was... Oh, he's just too tall. He's gonna knock me here. I gotta go. Yeah, he has to come over here. He's too tall where he is. Is this Burning Man? Yes. I'm somebody. Somebody come get her. She's streaking like a streaker.
Where the fuck am I right now?
You're like in a weird rubble.
Don't hurt me. Okay, listen.
Lasagna!
Yeah, sure. I will resummon my steed again.
Resummon my seed.
Mm-hmm. He's getting closer.
There we go. I fixed it.
Is he close enough yet? Or
No, I need to be on this roof, or I need to get over, like, literally
Yeah.
right where he is, which is very scary.
Gotcha. Let me see if I can entice him over to this building.
I mean, I might be, if he does, hold on. I will try one more time after he does that. Oh, he's kind of moving.
Oh, okay.
No. Now he's kicking. Hold on. Can I do it right here? If he does not move, I think I can do it right here. Get fucked.
Did you get him?
Yep.
Hell yeah!
Yay!
Hell
That was
yeah.
crazy. He was just too tall, except for when he was doing that one thing where he bent over just a little tiny bit. Nice. Nice! Alright, so we have done it.
We did it. We murdered them.
Alright, I'm not going to turn mine into the Sword of Light. I don't think I want to do that yet.
So
Alright.
what do they do though?
Like,
What
so...
is their purpose?
I mean, they're just weapons. And one of them, like, has, like, so the night one puts, like, this big, like, cloud of dark around you, so, like, the enemies, like, can't see you for a couple seconds. And the Sword of Light goes, like, up into the air and does a couple beams of light that, like, go in a circle.
That's dope.
Yee, it's cute.
It's cute. I want to be goth with dark.
You want to be goth? You're not even going to use it, though. It probably is not
Probably
even
not.
close to your build or anything.
Probably not.
Somebody
That's not the
come
point.
get
Somebody come get her.
her. Come get her. I see a Grace over here. Grace! Grace, may I touch?
Recluse's river upstream.
Recluse's River. Oh, Recluse, like in Night Rain. You may, thank you.
She already did.
No, no, I didn't. Shh.
You're
I
right,
waited.
yeah,
I
you
waited
can.
for consent.
Somebody come get her.
Come get her.
I'm gonna rest at the Grace real
Oh, guys, Blank's lost again today, but Nessa did much better this time. They lost like, I think they ended up being like 10 to 13 or something like that, so it was much closer.
quick. I'm resting.
Okay.
I can level up. Ooh, I've got the ash.
I can't quite level. Your ass?
Yep. I barely have enough, but yes. What do I want? Who even knows? Am I right? Do that. That levels up like all of them.
Great. Tuching granted. Thank you. Thank you for the standing consent. There's a jump there.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Oh, no, there's a jump here.
Let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Ew. I love just how much, like, more worth stuff is in the DLC. Like, they're just worth so many more runes. Like, it's actually... Like, killing stuff is actually worth it.
Ah.
Hello, sir. Oh, no, that's too far.
I really should re-equip my bow.
Nah, I have magic. I got the range.
Okay.
You got the blurred.
Blurred. A thing.
What?
Please.
A what?
Fly molds. That was worth it. Oh, hello, sir.
Ew.
Get absolutely wrecked.
Wow, you went way
Yeah.
up here.
Another one.
Mold.
A fly.
Oh, a flyman.
Yeah,
Listen,
a
you're
fly.
never gonna be Batman.
But if he tries really hard,
He'll still
could
always be a
that
fly.
Batman eats because bats eat bugs.
Well, then maybe Batman will eat him, but he'll never be Batman.
Souls too crazy. 3 Hails rank being level 600 good. I don't know, maybe.
Well, I mean, 720 something is max, so I would say probably good. That's probably a few. That's probably a few hours played there.
That's certainly a large number. What even level am I? I'm level what? Hi, Ferret.
I think we're just under 200.
Oh, I am exactly 200.
I'm being eaten.
Oh, that's a problem. Hold on, I'm coming. Ferret is celebrating. Oh, I'm being eaten now.
Oh no!
How
Don't eat my
rude.
friend!
You're chomping.
Don't eat my friend!
Oh, is it working today? Did it do the sound? 'Cause it was being dickish earlier. And by earlier, I mean yesterday. Okay, good.
Oh, a Grice.
Grice!
Is there a safer way to get down to this Grice?
Is the higher the level, the better your stats are? Usually that's how it works.
How or where do we send the personal sound command? You would just put it in. There should be an actual thing that says like sub sound commands. Okay, I'm just gonna go down. Oh, you did.
He was she DoorDash food. Sir, I was hanging out. You dick.
I mean, to answer your question, yes, your stats are going to be better the higher level you are, but it also depends on where you're putting your stats. Like, if you're putting all of your stats into Faith and you're not running a Faith build, then you're not going to be very strong.
There's
Your
like
stat distribution.
there's a jar hanging from a rope.
Oh, yeah, shoot it!
I can't. I don't have a bow. Hold on. I can.
Hold on, I can do it. I think I can do it. Let me see if I can get my Ash of War lined up. Oh,
Your
that's not
ass.
high enough.
Here, let me get a bow equipped.
Yeah. I want to be a one-shot build at 600. I mean, a one-shot build at 600 is possible, but you probably want some buffs. Like, you'll probably have to put some buffs on, and then you'll probably need, like... I don't know. Starfist, Crag Blade or something.
For how to do this.
Hell yeah. Oh my god, I went all the way down. No!
I don't know where else it would have gone, though.
I know, it's true. That's true, it's fair.
You're in the Alaska. That's fair. You're new to this game at level 600 because your friend didn't want to play on that account anymore and gave it to you? Interesting.
I would say start on a new game and, like, actually learn how to play. Because you're not going to learn anything at 600. A whole game has been already finished. Huh?
The closest Five Guys is about 2,000 miles. They'll probably deliver.
Oh, Five Guys sounds actually really banging, honestly. I could go for a Five Guys burger and shake. Oh,
There's
stop
like
eating my friend.
A platform jumping area back where we just were.
Is it where we're going?
I don't know where we're going, so I cannot answer that question.
I mean, we can always go back to the other Grace.
Like, it was... Oh, for fuck's... It was like... Yeah, so if you look here...
Come on, hold on. Yeah.
Down. I don't know. Is this what we were seeing before?
No. What we were seeing before was way over by the other town.
Okay.
Oh! I just switched out of my thing. Oh my god. Okay, well. Well, I guess I'm going down to see what's down here because I don't have a choice. Because Torrent decided, oh, you unpaused? That means go, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I'm definitely dead. I don't know how I missed that. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying how I missed that jump.
This is a much easier platforming thing than the other one that I was stuck on for 17 years. Is this water scary water, or is it acceptable water?
Well, up here is acceptable because this is where the ball bearing that you dropped went. But the bottom water... Oh, bottom water is fine too. There you go.
Yeah.
Did you just get the bell bearing that I picked up?
I think so.
So you also have to come up here and get it?
Yeah. That's
that?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, I found a mausoleum.
Is that jumpable? Is that even jumpable? No.
Oh, you know why, Horseman? Because I can tell you exactly why. It might just take a minute because since you just to get my emotes resynced to Discord, I had to disconnect my Twitch and then reconnect my Twitch, which resets all of the subscribers. And since you weren't subscribed until like a couple minutes ago, it probably literally just hasn't refreshed. That's all it is. I just had to disconnect and reconnect, so everything like resynced. So just give it a minute.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I would have had to go through and I would have had to manually enter all of those emotes in.
Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Yeah. That's all. Just give it a little mini-min.
On for you specifically.
Yeah, you're not allowed to look anymore.
This isn't what I wanted. This is not where I wanted to be.
Oh no, did you go to the wrong Grace?
Yeah. downstream. That's what I wanted. Is that what I wanted?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be surprised. I don't even know how one
What?
would select an option like that. I do very much like that emote.
I know. I'm glad I did change. I almost didn't go with that one. I almost went with another one, and then I asked Gigi, and I was like, is this too similar to this other emote? And she was like, yes. And I was like, okay, fair.
And then I was like, please.
Please get this middle finger one that I want specifically for myself.
I very much want it.
Okay, so this, you can just literally just hop down, hop down, hop down. This one's not even a jumping puzzle. That one's kind of ridiculous. Then the bell bearing should be here. Give or take.
Ready?
Okay. And then, oh, there's something under the waterfall that I didn't see. Don't go Jason Waterfalls.
Don't go Jason.
Oh, it's the Dryleaf outfit. Why is Dryleaf Dane getting naked under the waterfall? Is he taking bath?
Sometimes you just gotta.
Taking bath? And then this way. Just be careful of all these goops. Just don't get gooped.
I would prefer to not get
Don't
gooped.
get gooped. Even though you're a hoe. I'm not mean. Do I have to do the nice voice again? Guys, do I have to do the nice pink again? They say I'm mean, GJ.
I'm mean.
But they say I'm mean. I'm
fair.
not even mean.
No. Oh, I should have. Whoops.
It's okay. Oh, Rakshasa? That's fine. We'll just die. Her katana is kind of ridiculous. Yep.
Ow!
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her katana's a little ridiculous.
I wasn't ready. Rakshasa.
Don't dodge me. I dodge you.
Somebody come get her. She's murdering with katana.
Oh. Okay, chill. Daddy, chill. Mommy,
Bro.
chill. Whatever, kill me then.
Just let me die.
Is pink mean?
I would like-
No, I'm not. Oh, I just also realized I didn't pick up my runes before I went in here. Oopsies. Oh well.
Oh no.
It's fine. It was only 140,000.
Yeesh.
Yeah, we're gonna start getting to this point where millions are gonna start dropping because I'm just gonna start making silly mistakes.
It's okay, they keep giving us more of them, so it's fine.
Actually, no, I'm not, guys. I feel like I'm really not even mean.
You... It's okay, I'll be mean.
But I don't like that they think I'm mean.
Why do I have the boat? This is why. This is why fucking...
Oh yeah, that's why I told you to take it off because you kept accidentally equipping it and stuff. Ah! Ah! That's what a mean person would say? I don't know, Nikki. That sounds like what a mean person would say about a not mean person.
Why am I struggling so hard right now? Why the fuck?
Sometimes, and sometimes she waits. Exactly. It's that sometimes that really makes the difference.
I'm just over here just trying to equip my fucking katana.
You seem nice, thank you. I feel like I'm very nice. Welcome in, Ish. How are you?
Oh shit! You know what I mean? This is my room.
Ooh, woo. I'm gonna die. Yep.
It's not gonna go well because I can't fucking figure out how to like get my. What do I need to do to
Hold triangle and bumper.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. I was trying.
She's
pressing,
almost
like,
dead.
all
She's
the
almost
buttons.
dead.
I know. Okay. Now that I'm actually fucking fighting.
It's okay. We can give it another go for you. Get her! Get her! Get her! Get her! Get her!
Don't.
I know her katana is so long. No!
I was literally just pressing the button to attack her.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Well, it's okay.
No,
Or
it's
is it
not.
we just being mean to Pink? I think you guys are being mean to me.
So mean. Don't even.
Just don't.
Just don't.
That was crazy though.
That was bonkers.
That was a little bonkers.
Little bonks.
No,
Yeah,
this boss is not that hard. It's fine.
No,
she's just fast.
And I'm just an idiot.
And she has a big katana.
Uh-huh.
It's very long. Sure.
Yeah. Katana.
Alright,
Katana.
Rakshasha.
Rakshasha.
Do you like the moon?
Stop moving.
What? There's no way. Thank you. Bully her!
Don't heal, you whore.
Bully her! That's the opposite.
I was like 2/3 health. So just existing on coffee and wheat thins today. I don't know what's wrong with that. Yesterday, all I had to eat was a Celsius and a Pop-Tart. Until like 5:30 when I was like, why do I feel bad?
Why do I feel weak? Like I haven't eaten all day.
Why do I feel shaky? They're gaming. I'm dying, I'm perishing, I'm dying. Pop-Tart has fruit at least? Yeah.
Rakshasa's great katana. Can I even use it?
That one?
Let's see.
I might want that one.
You
That's
might.
kinda
It's
dope.
actually, I really do like it. Oh, yeah, you probably have the arcane for it. I don't have the, oh no, that's Rivers of Blood. Hold on.
My arcane is...
Oh, yeah, you probably have it. You probably have the dex. I don't have the dex for it.
My dex is also stupid high.
Yeah.
Wheat Thins has wheat. See, nutritional value. Wheat is a
Only took one hit.
Plant means vegetable. Vegetable means salad. So Wheat Thins are a salad. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Nutrition.
Wait, you're not back? Oh, I have to rest. Well, no, because I thought because mausoleum, but it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No,
Salted wheat, even. Salted. And water and beans. It's so healthy.
I need to go back to get my runes, though.
You should have the steak, don't you?
Oh, yeah. You're so right. Coffee is a soup. It's also a salad. Because coffees are beans. Bean salad.
Beans, what the fuck?
Beans. Thins are pizza crust? Pizza crust is also a salad, Grace. What a ridiculous thing for you to say.
No. You guys are the ones being ridiculous.
All
Guys,
soup.
oops, all soup.
Because of books.
Very easy to remember because it rhymes, guys.
Oops. All soup.
Oops, all soup. It's so easy to remember.
Oh, I got kicked out of the menu.
Oh, I probably got aggroed by a goop. A goop all soup.
Goop. A soup goop.
Goops all soups. Alright, so then do we have to go back? See, there's supposed to be a way to get everywhere. Like, you shouldn't have to fast travel anywhere except for to the round table.
In theory.
In theory. Vanilla soy latte is a 3-bean soup. It's all soups. I don't know, like, what is so difficult to understand? Coffee is a soup. Everything is soup.
What part of oops all soup do you not understand? All.
All.
All soup.
All the things of soups. A round rock. What's that for?
It's for rocks.
I think you literally...
Concept
Rocks!
of justice,
I think you actually
soup
throw them.
rocks.
The concept of justice, soup.
I don't see a problem with that. Oh.
Are you guys unfamiliar of what the word all means?
Sound of
Because it
rain
means
upon
because
soup.
it means it's not
That's
some.
especially soup.
It's not some things are soup. Your memories, my memories are soup. Thank you for
Mine are
reminding me.
definitely soup.
Thank you for reminding me.
old.
Okay, here, let's kill this golden hippo. He has a skadooch. No, it's all soup, Oni.
What part of all do you not understand? Okay.
Moon. Tacos and burritos. Better believe that's soup. Closing the wheat bins, she ran terrified into the loft. Oh my. Okay, so there should be a second one of these guys very close to here. He's right there, I see him. Time is a weird soup.
I say that all the time.
Soup? You say that all the soup.
Yep.
Get eaten. Oh my gosh, get absolutely demolished and give me your skadooch.
Get moved on. Ho.
Give me your skadooch. Okay.
Dirty.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there's a thing up here. Katharine Hepburn won her 3rd Oscar for her stellar performance in The Lion in the Winter in the Wardrobe.
But is soup
soup
a
is soup.
Yes. Everything is soup.
It's all soup.
What are we not understanding?
Time is not real like birds. Well, birds are also soups, so... You see.
True. That is the truth.
You see?
Yeah, she.
EMC squared equals soup.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity, soup. Oh, look at that beach. That's so pretty.
Look at that beach.
Look at that beach.
Oh, a big ass beach.
Stop being a beach.
Tell me what to do. You're not my real mom.
You're not my real mom. You're just my video game mom. Hold on. This is bothering me and I can see it perfectly right now so I can clean it. I have like a spot on my monitor and I can see it right now because I just like the way that the light is.
I understand entirely. It's just called soup and soup because time and birds are not real. But reality is soup.
There we go. Nice. Okay. Nice. Got rid of that spot.
Nice.
Nice.
Out damn spot.
Get out. Get out.
Get
Out
out.
with Get out. All right. So do we go? I think we go for. Yeah. Here's more graves to go further down.
More
But is there
groups.
anything else over here? Before we go down, is there anything else?
Is there anything behind this waterfall?
I don't know. Let me know. I'm going to go over here and look over here. I don't see anything over here, though.
Say skull. Are
Yeah,
we
but the
soup?
skulls
Yes.
are... What is it?
Everything
Are
is
we soup? Yes. We are soup
Everything
inside a bone mech.
Nothing behind the waterfall.
Dang. Okay.
System of the Down, greatest and only band of all time, but they are also soup.
Yes, we're all soup on the inside.
And the outside. Outside is soup.
Outside is soup that has been congealed into a shell.
Scoop
Soup in a,
soup
yes,
bag.
exactly. Soup in a skin bag, and then we have a bone mech that helps us control, so we don't just flop around like little soup bags, you know.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. You're part of this. What do you mean?
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never said anything.
I'm not part of anything ever. Ooh,
I've
okay,
never
Torrent, please.
participated.
I'm begging you so hard. Just a little baby. Thank you. Okay.
Just be cool.
Just be cool, Torrent. Just keep it cool, please. I'm begging you, Torrent. I'm begging you. For once.
Be cool, man. Be cool.
Just be cool. Okay, so there's clearly something here.
There's men.
There are men.
I am poisson.
Poisson. La poisson. The cult are denying being part of the cult. Oh, the dark one. This is what. Hey! This is what we're looking for.
Oh, perfect.
I did this on purpose.
Yeah.
I planned this. I'm a
The
gamer.
cult denying being part of a cult. Cult members never think that they're in a cult.
What about the ocean? Is that yes? That's especially soup. That is
Only
salt and fish soup.
What part of everything is soup? Do you not understand?
All soup.
All.
Oh, I
I just can't keep answering this question. Oh, I've got a shadow.
A shadoosh.
Simply cannot. Halfway to my next one.
Next.
Next.
My
oh,
next.
Wait, I
My
wanted
backst.
to look at the.
Huh?
Oh.
Okay, I got him. He just scared me. I got him. He just gave me a fright. You wanted to loot what?
I wanted to look at the katana.
Oh yeah, do the katana. I see a pair of queens playing Elden Ring. Hi, DJ.
Hi.
DJ, did you see the new emotes?
Did you see them?
DJ, did you see them?
Did you see them?
Did you see them? Somebody do exclamation point emotes.
Ooh, this also does blood. This actually could be really good.
It's
Do you
I
mind
like
if
it.
Do you mind if we go back to the round table so I can level it up?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah.
Oh, I can't.
What do you mean?
I can't.
Oh
I
no, because we have to. Oh, sorry, you can't from inside a catacomb. That's right. We just have to go uppies.
can't.
Pretty.
It matches my dress. The blood on it.
Look at how
matches
big that
my
is. That's taller than you. Like spin your camera to this. That's taller than you.
It's perfect. It's everything I ever wanted.
I'm new. I can just assume you know what, Ish? That's so true, bestie. That's so true.
That's so true.
They are new though. They are brand new today.
Thinking. Oh.
I had emotes for about 5 years, and I was like, it's time. It is time.
We'll help murder.
Like Simba.
Oh, it's definitely slower than my last.
Well, because it's a great katana, but it's so much stronger. And the blood, I think, is twice as much. Alright, we can teleport now.
Yes, welcome, new person.
Ish, if I could ask, how did you find the stream?
What brought you to this den of iniquity?
How did you end up here?
How the fuck did you...
How did you find us?
Why, God? Why?
I typed soup in the search bar. You know, that makes sense.
Perfect.
That makes sense. It's fair. That must have been really hard to filter through because everything is soup. So.
Everything is soup.
That must have been really hard.
All of the...
That's every single person in the world.
Every person.
Guess what I found yesterday? What'd you find yesterday? What did you find? I think all my stuff is level 10, but let me just check. Oh,
and then I also have to put my Ash of War on it too, don't I?
You're blurred? Yeah. What's the Ash of War that comes on that? Is it Savage Lion's Claw or whatever? Just if you press Y, it'll be like above.
Weed Cutter.
Weed Cutter. Oh, that's the one where she's like, and she like slashes in front of her a bunch. This chat is a big bowl of idea soup. We have some thoughts and ideas and theories here.
And opinions. And
some opinions, which may be hot and or cold. Requests, yep. A manga store next to the ramen store in a Korea hot dog place? What?
How do I...
That's super lucky there, DJ. Now I'm craving Demon Slayer.
How do I do it?
Do what?
How do I change the Ash of War?
Go back to Hugh.
To equipment?
No, go back to Hugh. Go back to the blacksmith.
Oh, you're so right. I didn't know he had a name.
Did you purchase an iBuy Power PC? I purchased one, upgraded it so much that I have enough parts left over to build an entire second PC. Really? I did buy an iBuy Power a few months ago. I like mine. I'll probably will upgrade it, but not right away. Manga's also $10. That's actually not bad. That's kind of a steal. So like, were you just in town and you happened to find one, or like were you going someplace in particular, DJ, when you found that store? 'Cause that's lucky. The manga store and a ramen shop and a Korean hot dog place. It's in front of your universe. So how did you never find it before?
Am I stupid?
What? What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to... Where the fuck is it?
It's under Great Katanas. It's its own section. It should be under Katanas, and it should be... Oh, no, go back up. I see a Great Katana. So can that Ash of War not be changed?
I don't know.
Is it a somber weapon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then your Ash of War can't be changed.
No!
I didn't think it was a somber weapon. That's on me. I really like your CPU. Yeah, I went with, like... Not, like, the top of the line, but I went, like, one step below top of the line. Because I didn't want to go crazy.
No, I want to at least put the blood back on the other one.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I like this cold. Though, I think I'm going to go back to unsheathed.
Unsheathed?
And then put cold unsheathed.
Oh my god, which one was it? I don't even
Because I have the social
remember.
battery of a hamster. It is Blood Blade?
Bloodblade.
Bloodblade? Yeah, Bloodblade.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll give it a try. And if I hate it, then I can always change back.
Yeah, you can always go back. I like it. I think it's fun. This particular one, this particular build, I don't have any dexterity though, so.
Dexterity.
They nerfed all the most overpowered in this, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer that they nerf single player game. I mean, it's not single player, there is PvP and there is invasions, I get it. Ugh, I get it, but just let me play my game how I want. Just let me play my game how I want. Alright, so what was the grace that we just went to?
Darklight Catacombs.
Yep. There we go. The Envoy's Greathorn? Yeah, see, unfortunately, I was about a year late to Elden Ring. I never soulsed a day in my life. And I had a really bad experience with Elden Ring with somebody who used to be one of my mods a while back. And I kind of put like a really bad taste in my mouth, and I was like, I don't really ever want to play this game. And then I stumbled across a speedrunner on Twitch by the name of Blanks, who I ended up really liking. I liked watching him, and I liked learning from him. And I was like, you know what? If Blanks can beat Elden Ring in an hour, I can at least, like, give it a try. And now I have 700 hours. Are you ready? Are you ready?
No, I don't know where it went.
But yeah, again, like, I was late to the party, so, like, by the time I got around, like, Rivers of Blood wasn't as strong as it used to be. Like, I was a little late. Did you get this one right here? I did spend about I spent longer than that on Fire Giant. If that's what you're talking about was Fire Giant, it was longer than 2 weeks. It was much longer than 2 weeks. I hate to admit it.
Him's a beefy boy.
Bloodfiend's arm, and it was relatively easy. Yep, the Bloodfiend's arm was really good when the DLC came out. It's funny how quickly people find builds that are like OP and broken. Like, people were using Bloodfiend's arm within a couple of weeks after the DLC came out. The DLC came out. Careful, there's a yep. I was like, there's a blowing guy. I didn't even get to say it.
Oh no, I got blowed.
I got blowed. A month. Yeah, it took me my first playthrough. Listen, I'll be the first person to admit my first playthrough. Listen, my first playthrough took me a month to beat Fire Giant. Yes, but I beat Melania in 2 hours. So, yeah, okay. What level are we? She is 200. I am 197 because I have lost my runes. Teehee. Everything's fine. Oh, so that just turned lights on. Okay.
Yeah. It was very dark.
It's well, this is the dark light catacombs. So
no. That's
no. That's too logical. All right, I do see a dude down here. Just a heads up. That's what I told her. She. So this is my friend Gigi. Say hello, Gigi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Gigi.
Hi, Gigi. This is my friend Gigi. Somehow Elden Ring mysteriously just like ended up in her library on Steam. It's so crazy. That's
Magically.
crazy.
Like, who thought that anything like that could ever happen?
So I have been teaching her how to play Elden Ring. Well, taught her. Now she knows how to play. Anyways, so way back in the day, she's gonna hate that I'm telling the story. Way back in the day, she rode off into the ocean with all of her runes after beating Radahn.
Listen.
So I tried to comfort her and be like, listen, you're gonna lose like 1.5 million runes at one point in time. Like, you're just gonna have to move on. You're just gonna have to accept it and move on.
Must we harp on my mistakes?
Is there a clip? I don't know if there's a clip of her going off into the ocean, but there's a clip of her killing herself with her own attack.
I mean, it's definitely on your...
It definitely is on mine, because I have our whole playthrough on YouTube, yeah. So it's definitely in mine on YouTube.
I'll get clips, it's fine.
But the best part is she's like, my runes are over there, and before I can even be like, that's the ocean, I just hear, ah! And I was like, oh, okay. Well. Fell off a... Yeah, I... Like, the Halig tree on, like, New Game, like, +2, I think I've lost... I think there was one point in time where I lost probably, like, 7 million runes or something in one fell swoop in the Halig tree. Okay. Okay, stop it, sir.
Grace, if you're here.
Bolts of Grand Sax makes Melania pretty... Like I said, my first playthrough, I didn't have trouble with Melania. I really didn't. I did a double katana build my first playthrough. I had a Cold Uchi and Rivers of Blood. And I honestly didn't struggle with Melania too hard my first playthrough. And then Gigi and I took About 6 hours.
Okay.
But we were
we
very
also
distracted.
Very distracted. We were so distracted.
We were very distracted.
Like, it's crazy how distracted we were. When we both kind of walked into the void?
When we walked into the void. Are you talking about the battle, the fight that you have to fall down, like, really, really far?
I'm not sure to what you're referring.
Most people don't seem to understand the best way to beat her is to not let her breathe and keep the pressure on. The longer she's alive, the more time she has to recover and kill you. Yeah, especially, like, because she has her health regen, and, yeah. Really, patience is the key with a lot of them. I know a lot of people want to, like, greed and just want to get damage numbers in, but some of them you really just have to kind of wait it out. But yeah, Melania is the opposite. Melania, you have to constantly have pressure on her. There's really nothing up there? Hold on, let me use my... Oh, there's really nothing up here. Okay.
What is your purpose?
What is your purpose here?
Kind of had the world breaking apart and just watch the edge and fall. I do not remember that.
Maybe DJ means in the sewer, like a month ago. I think DJ is talking about a putrescent night down in the Garden of Deep Purple.
Sure.
When we had to jump off of that really far thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's so dark. Question. Answer. Dressed from a boss? Yes. This is from the Dancer of Radahn.
Yeah. And it's cute.
It's cute!
It's cute.
But apparently it also
all
makes
that
me a
matters.
grandmother. From that other person who came in that one time. How did a grandma get to the DLC in Elden Ring? Okay. The Moon Lady? No. No. The Moon Lady, her dress is not very flattering. Looking for this game's equivalent since I completed it for the 3rd time. I don't know that there is an equivalent to Elden Ring. Not in a, like, I'm obsessed with this game kind of way, but, like, honestly. Like, I really enjoyed Lies of P a lot, but it's not the same. You know? Wait, how'd you die?
I got bounced on.
Oh, I see him now. I see him now.
You fucking pogo sticked my ass. I got pogo stonked.
No, don't pogo my friend.
No, don't do it. Don't.
I think
pogo
DJ's
me.
talking about a whole lot of words. I know. I feel bad because I'm trying to not... Like, I'm not, like, downplaying her intelligence because Gigi's very smart. So I'm not like, okay, so do you remember when we did this and we did this? But at the same time, I know she does not know any of the words that I'm saying.
Correct.
So, like, it's like I'm trying to find a balance between, like, not sounding condescending, but also expecting the fact that she probably doesn't know what I'm talking about anyway.
I do not. I am not offended. I do not know what you're talking about.
Gigi has been paying attention to the lore.
Mm-hmm. I've been paying
The
attention.
lore. So much. 532 high in every stat except intelligence. I'm an extremely powerful moron. This is my 3rd intelligence build. I love intelligence builds. I think they're fun. I think they're fun as fuck.
I'm stabbing.
Yeah, she's an arcane dex build.
With
A blood.
Sword.
Blood.
Blood. Like a blood. Get bleeded on, bitch.
Which is kind of funny that she just, like, discovered this build on her own and it ended up being really strong. I have an intelligence of 6.
Mm-hmm.
Paying attention to the pretty dresses and the horns. Those are the priorities, though. I
are in
don't.
the correct place. I don't.
I
are you
don't
trying to
understand.
insinuate? I don't.
The DLC, yes, has some great incants, but as an intelligence user, it has the only staff in the game that lets you cast incants and sorceries without having to switch to a seal, which is great. If you don't know about the Dung Eater, I know. We killed him. We killed the poopy man.
He's dead.
We killed the poopy man.
Poopy man.
The poopy man.
The man that is made.
I love when people are like, yeah, I played Elden Ring. Yeah, I beat Elden Ring. And you'll like say something and be like, oh, I really liked like this part of the game, or I liked this boss, or I liked this area, and they're like, what? Like, I know people who have beaten this game and didn't know there was a whole underground area, and I'm like, oh yeah, some of the most beautiful parts of the game. Hand mommy, not in this one. I've beaten the DLC twice. Are you talking about Metyr? And yes, I have beaten Metyr. I personally struggle with Metyr. I know a lot of people don't. I personally do. I don't know if it's just because she's creepy and gross, or but she's creepy.
She's so creepy.
But we haven't gotten to Metyr yet. We're working our way there. We did one of the GG blew one of the pickles. Oh, does this go back up so we can get that?
I hope so. Do we have to be fast?
Well, no, because it would... I don't know. Do we switch it again?
Maybe. Pull the lever, Kronk.
Does it go back up? Let's see. Oh, it turns the lights off. Oh, that just turns the lights off. That doesn't lower or raise this again.
What the fuck? I want the lights back on.
Yeah, I guess go do those.
Hi.
Hi, Tori. A hot pot place with Korean barbecue. Now I need money and company. Oh my gosh, DJ, that sounds so good. That really sounds so good. All right, so there's a down to a chest, but I don't see a way back up. So I'm wondering if you go down, this will raise back up, and then there'll be like a pathway that goes underneath.
Maybe. Why the shit do you need the lights off?
No, we need them back on.
Yeah.
We need them on. That's very dark. All right, and then there's a stairwell over here. That's probably a somber dragon or glovewort.
Globewarp.
Glub.
Goes
okay, so there's that way. And nothing. Glub. Man, I wish I knew the speedrun strats here. There's like a spot you just jump. You just like skip over everything. All right, so let's try that before we try this.
Sure. I mean, I could always fall off of something. That's always an option.
You could always fall, but I would prefer if we both survive. You have to go to the place and do. Oh.
You're so right.
You're so right, bestie.
Oh my god, you're so right.
Right, hello. Are we gonna be? Oh, there's a ladder in here, so there's that.
A ladder.
A ladder. Big mouth imp. Oh, it's the shooty boy.
Shoopy.
So we can have our own cannon boy.
Amazing. That's all I've ever wanted.
That's all I ever wanted. I know. Ah, a man. Screams in lowercase. Go.
Did you just jump down?
That's what I was checking. I was gonna throw his body to see. Did you die? No. Okay.
No. Oh, it just brought us back down here. Okay. To where Metyr is.
So how do we get this to go back up so we can get that? We couldn't have gotten on that in the first place.
Right. There was no way to get up there.
Let me use the shackle.
Shackle?
The shackle didn't set it. Huh. I wonder how you put that back up.
It's crazy.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It's the most game ever.
Most game
wow,
ever?
That is a
I
hot
can't
take.
believe that you're gonna
That
come
is
into
a-
this chat for the first time and you're just gonna spoil and backseat me?
That's
Oh
such a
my
controversial thing
gosh.
to say.
Why would you say something so controversial and so brave?
Wow. Honestly, wow.
Listen, we respect everyone's opinions here, but, you know.
Not that one.
Not that one. Let's go through this lift. Whoa. I can't believe you would say that in my good Christian Minecraft server. Should I Hollow Knight? I've never hollowed a knight before. Whoa. I've never Hollow Knighted before.
Do it.
Do it. I've heard it's hard.
I played. It is, but if you played this, you'll be fine. I could play it, and if I could play it, you can play it.
Wow.
Oh wow.
Ish. Thank you so much for the subby. First time chatting and then subbing? How did I even get so lucky? Thank you, Miss Story. Oh. Just do it! How do you feel about the moon? Do you enjoy the moon?
I enjoy the
Can you chill? Sir. And thank you for the follow. He teleported before I could moon. Alright, just be careful in the corner with him. Yeah, just be careful having him in the corner over there. We need to get him out, is what we need to do.
He's got friends.
Yeah, he'll summon. Yeah, we need to get him out of the corner. You enjoy watching people hollow the night? Okay, I was trying to heal. Please. Right, get out of the corner. It's really actually kind of annoying. You are on a tree?
Yeah. I was trying to, like...
Where did it go?
Oh, he's over here now. My mimic is just being
Does the knight like to be hollowed? I mean, you'd assume, right? Okay. Where'd you go? Sermst? You're shooting your stuff the wrong way.
That's where my mimic is. Got him.
Ah.
Got him.
Got him.
Barbed staff spear. Cool, thanks. Ooh, I can level up.
Oh, so can I. Nice.
Level up.
Level up. Grace, I'm touching you. I do not think I'd enjoy hollowing the night myself. For some reasons, I have born no souls. Frustration tolerance is not a thing I have. I thought the same thing. I'm gonna be completely real with you. I really thought the same thing. But, and I can't attest to Gigi because she's only played it co-op, but the feeling of I'll never be able to do this, I'll never be able to do this, I'll never be able to do this, and then doing it is very exhilarating, if I'm being totally honest.
Grace, I completely understand. I do not think I would enjoy playing this game if I was playing it solo.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna throw that out there, because I have a similar thing. But I did enjoy Hollow Knight. I did. It waits inside. That's what she said?
That's what she said. Yep.
That's what she said?
Some DS1 did not really enjoy. I can understand. DS1's a little dated.
That's fair.
I know adult Links can be controversial, but I often prefer games where he is older. Really? Really? You're not a Majora's Mask enjoyer?
Majority.
A Majora's Mask enjoyer? Silksong looks... I've heard people who really liked Hollow Knight are finding Silksong to be a very big difficulty spike.
That's what Ferret was saying. Oh, okay. My horse just died?
What? Summon it again?
That was weird.
That was really weird.
It doesn't like me smashing things, apparently. What the fuck is happening right now?
This is part of the game.
Oh, okay.
So, step inside this area and now try to summon Torrent.
Okay, thank you. You were just gonna let me keep doing that, weren't you?
I wanted you to be like, what? But then you just kept, like, you never crossed the threshold. You just kept running into it.
Listen.
Did you try to summon Torrent again?
Yeah, I'm scared.
The spectral steed is frightened and cannot be summoned. Okay, that's
He's
what
a
I was.
ghost.
I was hoping that you would be like, "Oh, why does it?" But you did not acknowledge at all.
I'm scared. But he's a ghost, so it makes no sense.
He's afraid of the scary place. Ocarina is your favorite, mix of young, but the two Breath of the Wilds are. But would you say he's an adult in those, or would you say he's like a teen?
I'd say he's more of an adult in the Breath of the Wild is, and I've only played a little bit of Breath of the Wild.
Cannot judge difficulty, but I'm tremendously. I love watching Hollow Knight. I've seen a bunch of people play Hollow Knight. I've never played it before.
This is rad as fuck. Look at these spooky trees.
He's living with Zelda. He's an adult, but he could be like 18 or 19.
That's technically an adult.
Okay, like technically legally. Oh, you mean Zelda? A new game I've never heard of because Pink's definitely never played all of them.
No. A young adult, but an adult nonetheless.
Yeah.
Pelage. I got pelaged.
You got pelaged or you pelaged a man?
I pelaged.
Oh. There's a man up there though. Do you see him?
A man?
Yeah, do you see him? Right there?
He's a spooky man.
He a spooky man. His name is Madding Hand, which is not a man's name.
Could be.
Hi!
Hi!
Do you like the moon? Oh, excellent
He really doesn't
job.
like my katana.
No, he does not. I believe...
Not like my katana.
I think you have a good running... I think you have a good running R1. Hold down B and then press R1. Is yours like a running stab?
Which one is B?
Run.
Circle.
Yeah, so you have like a running stab.
I don't know. I could
Dane's I've never done a hand-to-hand build yet since the DLC came out. That does sound really fun, but that's one I've never done.
Ooh, this is fun.
I've never found out her name. They'll never tell us what that princess's name is. It's crazy. They make all these games and they still haven't told us her name. Crazy.
Anonymous.
These maze ball emojis. Oh my gosh. Where'd you get those emojis? A tangle, guys. There was a Tangela in chat.
Huh?
There was just a Tangela in chat.
Tangela. I don't get those notifications. Are you sneaking? There's a man. This is spoopy and I love it.
Yes, it's spoopy.
I'm gonna murder this man. fuck?
That was my Tegalo. Wow.
Oh, okay. There was just suddenly a
That's just a little quirky thing I do.
Whoop.
No way!
Well,
Is that broken? You're not supposed to be able to kill them without parrying them. Is that broken in the co-op mod? I was literally waiting for you to die. Like, I was just, like, watching, and I was like, she's gonna get her ass kicked because she doesn't know how to parry. And then you just killed it. Yeah, we were sitting here waiting to watch her die, and something else happened, and now I'm disappointed. That's what I'm saying. Like, is that something in the co-op mod that's not right? Try to kill this one, too.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to parry these guys. That's, like, their whole thing. Okay.
I got a grape.
Sure. Well, now they're not as scary, I guess. What the fuck?
Am I not supposed to be able to hit him at all?
No, like, literally, the whole gimmick with these things is you have to parry them.
Huh.
But also, the part in the sewer was broken as well. This is no longer the scary part of the game. I was terrified in here. The noise that it makes when you get thrown off of Torrent the first time actually made me jump, because I was like, what the hell? Yeah, so I guess it's not scary anymore. I just got 10k for what?
I'm Guy Fieri? What am I Guy Fieri for?
Diners, drive-ins, and dives.
Giant geysers and games?
Giant geysers and guys. For real, bye. Jason dies, I know. Like, it's no shit to you, Gigi. Like, go, the fact that you just had no fear and you're like, I'm gonna go fuck this guy up is great. But, yeah, that is not how they're supposed to react, is all I'll say.
Well,
yeah.
He got murdered.
Yeah, and the second one did too, so good for you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here's the map.
Farms?
One.
Oh.
I can't see anything right now, though, because of the fog.
Fog.
Yeah, normally your weapon...
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like...
Oh,
yeah, so, Ish, the part in the sewers where you go down to Sewer Moog and the Three Fingers is a parkour section. It's broken with the co-op mod, and you can just jump down there and not die. Which was
we found out accidentally.
I was like
because
Gigi struggles with gravity on occasion. So I was like,
okay.
Yes,
struggle
this is
a harsh word.
Gigi and gravity have a misunderstanding. So I was very excited to get there because I was like, yes, this is going to be content. And then she went all the way to the bottom. I was like, what? What?
What?
That's not what's supposed to happen.
Yeah. You'll never go down easy? Mm.
Oh, hello. What are you guarding?
Hello? This slash is fucking
What you
dope.
guarding? Oh, a shadow room. A sharum room. A sharum.
Shalom.
A shalom. I think the map's on the other side of this tree. I just realized I'm like all twisted to this side. I'm Twisted T.
Twisted map tree. Spooky music.
Spooky. Rats. Did you just test gravity and make sure it's still working for society? She's doing God's work. You know what? That's so
You're
right.
welcome.
That's
You're
so
welcome,
right.
everyone. Oh, it's far.
Oh yeah, that's gravity. Gravity!
Gravity.
Hide yourself. Make
Not
not a
sure
sound.
which god, but probably all of them. Fair.
See, look at combat is not an option. Quietly await your chance. Crouch in the undergrowth. Yeah, like the game literally tells you, like, you can't fight these. Don't even try. Don't even think about it.
Watch me.
Don't do it, girl. Don't do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just thinking about it. I did it.
Just thank her and move on. You're welcome, everyone.
Yes, everyone say thank you, Gigi, for making sure gravity works for the rest of us. And that we don't float out into space every day of our lives.
Oh, big rat. Okay.
Yeah, can we talk about the pest problem here in the lands between?
It's a little excessive. Like, they really need to do something about it.
Honestly. Thank you, Gigi. Yes.
You're welcome.
Ooh, there's things here. Even though they're B-level
Hi.
fries. BK fries, I don't know. Once they changed them, I'm not a fan of them anymore.
Really?
Yeah, the BK fries.
The big fries?
BK fries.
Okay, right. Bro.
Where's the thing I saw?
Bro.
There's a thing over here and I don't... Oh, there it is.
A thing?
Yeah, there's a man. A dead man. It is.
Also a great-
Clarifying boluses. Yeah, let's go in this church.
There's a Grace.
Grace! Grace! Touch! Grace, touch? Checkers fries, though? Ooh, I have had Checkers fries, Loki, but we don't have a Checkers near where I live anymore, unfortunately. But hi, welcome in. How are ya?
Checkers.
Checkers?
Is it an East Coast?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, touch. Ooh, I have Skadooch.
Skadoosh?
Oh yeah, I have Skadoosh from the hippos. Damn. Yeah,
yeah, I got
unfortunately. But I've had Checkers before, but not in a very long time. McDonald's and Wendy's. Let's see, top tier. I fuck with Arby's curly fries.
Mm-hmm. There's a local spot here in Denver that's, I don't know, I don't have rallies either. That's
Well, I didn't know
there's
Checkers and
one-
Rallies are the same.
And they've got wild fries, so they're very heavily seasoned and they are delicious.
Delicious. Yes. See? Arby's curly fries. Telling you.
Curly fries,
Alright,
curly
so
fries, curly fries.
if I remember right, the boss is under this bridge area. Like, I think this part of the map is like the corner of the building. So. Try fingers, butthole.
Butthole.
She has not, you are right, she has not gotten the full experience because we are not playing online, so she doesn't get to see the, she doesn't get to see all the wonderful messages left by the beautiful Souls community.
People before
The
us.
Souls community. Steak and Shake? Have I ever had a Steak and Shake?
What am I, made of money?
A steak and a shake? Wow.
Lord.
McDonald's your favorite dipped in ice cream? Curly fries? That's what I'm saying. Arby's curly fries. They fuck.
I do like the Wendy's fries. Wendy's fries are good.
I do. But Wendy's fries, there's like, they can be hit or miss for me. Like, sometimes they're just too soggy.
That's fair.
But when they're like actually done right and they're crispy and they're fresh, oh, yeah, Wendy's fries are good. Crosp, yeah. They're another hard. I do know that, yeah, Hardee's, Carl's Jr. Yes, they're Hardee's here in Tennessee. I haven't seen any Carl's Jr.'s here.
Yeah, we're Carl's Jr. out here. but Rally's.
I love
haven't
the
heard of
Hardee's Frisco burger. I love that shit. No tomato
it. I
though.
haven't had Carl's Jr. in forever.
So another part of this that you didn't get to experience because you just murdered everyone is that these, they like attract them, but everybody always thinks they're collectibles and they go up to go get them. It makes the noise.
Interesting.
I know. That's kind of a bummer that this is broken in co-op. It's not yeah, it's not as scary. It was really scary the first time I did it. And I feel like it was not broken when I did it with Yaga. Like, I feel like we couldn't fight them. But that was a year ago. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
Maybe I'm just special.
Maybe
it's
you're just a gamer god. Maybe GG stands for gamer god.
Oh, maybe.
Oh my god.
That's probably what it is.
That's probably exactly what it is.
How dare you all downplay my skills? Ow. She says as she gets fucking murdered by rats.
The noise your character made was very just like, she just like,
Oh, stop.
Screams in lowercase.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though, like, I know this place is supposed to be creepy and all that, I feel like
I think
they're
it's
just...
creepy.
No. Like, I feel like there should have been more. Oh, there's a thing. Kill him. Kill him. I can't see him.
He's at my butt.
Oh, I see him now.
Oh, he's not. I can't.
Yeah, see? You're not supposed to be able to. See, I told
Why
you.
couldn't I kill those other ones? Not this
I don't
one?
know. That's what I kept like. I was like, you're not supposed to be able to kill them.
Oh, I died.
Yeah, see, now that's normal. Hey, your weapons just go through them. How about restaurant fries? Any surprise you? Restaurants.
Like, it's actually really funny now because you assume he's gonna die like the rest. Well, he didn't. And so now clearly I'm not actually a gamer god, and
it's a lie. Now we have to be sneaky.
Ugh.
Okay, so just like erase the past like 10 minutes and pretend it didn't happen. Oh my god, it's so creepy.
Oh my god, it's so scary.
It's so scary. Restaurant fries. I mean, in terms of like local restaurants, like yeah, there's a bunch of local restaurants that I assume like actually slice up potatoes and deep fry them, and they're very good. But I feel like you can't really count like mom and pops. Like I feel like you have to kind of be like assuming chain restaurants.
I do really like Red Robin fries. Those
Red Robin.
Yum.
Yum. Ooh, yeah, if they offer potato wedges or potato skins, that's usually what I go with too.
Steak fries. I like steak fries.
Steak fries.
The big
Mm-hmm.
one. I just like potatoes.
Same. I like boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Mm-hmm.
The more the fries,
I really wish I could see right now, game. That'd be fantastic.
The more they resemble potatoes, the more in I am.
I hear, but I can't see.
I think he's behind us now.
Well, there are more than one.
Nah.
Nah. Potatoes.
Toes. Boil them, mash them,
Stick them in a stew.
Boil them.
My precious.
What's taters precious?
What's taters precious?
Potato.
If restaurant, I always prefer a baked potato. Oh, but like
Loaded baked potato.
Yes, I was just about to say loaded baked potato or loaded mashed potatoes. Also, mashed potatoes with skin or without skin. Do we like chunky mash or not chunky mash?
I like them chunky.
I like them chunky. I like either, but I do prefer some chunk. I did not play the Gollum game. No. I saw one of my favorite streamers play this, and I was like, I'm not spending my money.
No, thank you.
I'm not putting money into that. Texas Roadhouse roll. When they have like the sweet butter. The sweet butter is good. Like a nice honey butter.
Yeah, it's cinnamon butter.
Oh. I know. I do too. I eat both chunky and the smooth.
I will eat any potato that is placed in front of
But
me.
I do definitely. I think I prefer when they have a little bit of skin, a little bit of chunk.
Because then it's more like real potatoes. If they're too smooth, I'm like, did you make these from a box?
It's becoming the video game equivalent of the room. Oh yeah. When that shit came out, I remember people were like, what the fuck is this game? Crunch or potato with many, many thing on it. All right, guys, build your own baked potato. Go. Or excuse me, jacket potato if you don't, if you're not familiar. Build your own. What are you putting in there?
Butter.
Yes.
Sour cream.
Yes.
Cheese.
I will also drink my potato.
Yeah, same Loki. Cheese, chives, bacon.
Oh, somehow we're going the wrong way. Okay, this way?
This is where we came from.
I know. I'm trying to look at the map. Red Lobster? No, Red Lobster cheddar biscuits are definitely the butter, cheese, chives, bacon, no sour cream. Oh, I do the sour cream.
I love sour cream. I
do
put sour cream on so many things.
Potato is just soup without the broth. It's oops, all soup.
Everything is soup.
Butter, sour cream, cheese, and salt. Ooh, yes, definitely salt and pepper. Salt and black pepper. I think I'm probably a little bit on the boring side. I do butter, cheese, sour cream. I like bacon, but only if the bacon is crispy. Like, I'm not... Oh, he coming. Oh, Lord, he coming.
Oh, Lord, he coming. Oh, he got me.
Oh, Lord, he coming.
Got me.
Oh, he's gonna get me.
Bye.
Goodbye. I've perished.
Oh, I see why they're scary.
There's two. Oh, no, there's another one.
Hi, Andy.
We have perished.
We have perished. I'm perishing.
I'm perishing. I'm dying. I'm perishing.
I'm drowning. I'm dying. I'm perishing.
Cheddar, bacon bites, chives, sour cream with sea salt.
Oh, like the really chunky
The
salt?
really chunky, crispy salt. Uh-huh. Or some Himalayan sea salt. Oh.
I require my salts to be iodized. I don't want to get it poisoned.
You need to try some Himalayan sea salt. That's what you need to try.
I bet, you know what it tastes like?
Salt.
Salt?
Yeah.
I bet it tastes like salt.
But it's good for you.
How is it any different?
Because it's from the earth.
So is salt.
It's from the Himalayas, and they're better than we are.
I mean, sure.
I don't actually... No, like, I am dead serious. Like, I have heard that Himalayan sea salt is better for you because something to do with the sodium. It's good salt, but I can't logically, mathematically, scientifically tell you why. But I honestly, I'm not shitting you. I have heard that Himalayan sea salt is better for you.
I mean, I'm sure. In the sense that anything can be argued to be better.
Right, and like again, I'm sure like it comes down to something of like the sodium content in it or something like that. I've heard that sea salt is better, but I've never heard why. Yeah. It's better, it's just better for you because it's more natural or something. I don't know. I thought all of it was natural. I thought salt just salt just does that. Salt just be that way.
I am convinced.
Well, because there's salts from like the earth, and then there's like sea salt, which is from like the sea.
Right, which is.
Oh, trace minerals like magnesium, potassium, and calcium. That would be why. Because you're getting other things on top of the sodium. This is a long run back. Holy crap.
You didn't have a steak of America?
No.
I had a steak.
You did?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
So I'm just here. I already got my shit, and I'm gonna murder these men.
The rock salt that they use to melt snow is the worst to eat. That has something else in it.
Well, that's mag chloride.
Yeah.
That shit is not good for you.
Don't eat runes. My so many runes. Dead. I'm so dead. Yep.
No,
Yep. I'm dead.
no.
God damn it! All because I can't fucking see where I'm going, and I just went into a dead end. God damn it! That's like a whole fucking level too. God damn.
Don't worry. We knew you were just joshing.
Oh yeah. If you have, if you've been here for a little while now, we don't take literally anything seriously.
You know the vibe. You've gotten the vibe of these streams here.
Nothing is taken serious here.
No.
I am so annoyed though with that though. That was really frustrato.
I can't believe you didn't get a steak America.
I don't know why, and I didn't get a steak this second time either. Well, probably because I wasn't far enough there. Rock salt is not. No, it's all soup. There's no exceptions.
Horsemen, what do you not understand? All soup. All means all.
Make sure there's no rock salt and the lemon flavored snow when I eat it. Good. Snow should be nice and soft, and salt should be nice and crunchy. There is a time for salt. And it is not in your ice cream.
That's not in ice cream.
Okay, so not that way. Definitely this way. Oh, I'm so annoyed.
Rock salt, not in ice cream. It's yellow because it's lemon flavored. Yeah, that's all yellow snow.
It could be lemon or it can be banana.
Yes, it could be banana.
Could be banana. If you're into
Banana's
banana.
naturally yellow.
Listen, some people prefer banana over lemon. Just saying.
Okay, I don't. Listen, I know.
You don't like either of them. Are you gonna say you don't like either? Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I like lemons. In some things, and I like bananas.
In some things.
As they are.
Oh.
I do not like bananas.
Sam, I am.
I do not like banana flavored things.
I do not like green bananas, Sam, I am.
I don't like banana bread.
Flavored ice cream doesn't sound
banana
awful.
bars. I don't like
You don't like banana bread?
I don't like. Listen.
Oh, banana bread is so good though. Especially when it's got chocolate chips in it. Look it. Look, guys, chat. Look it. This right here. Hi, hello. This is called the Steak of America. Hello, do you see this? These are my fucking runes.
Right next to the steak?
Yes!
Why didn't it give you a steak? That's bullshit.
What the hell is that?
Bullshit. We just discussed this.
And now I'm back in the fog where I can't see anything. I'm gonna get killed again.
Fix your sheet.
Fix
Don't
your
believe
sheet.
you've ever heard anyone say they don't like banana bread? Hi,
Hi.
Gigi.
I'd like you to meet my friend Gigi that doesn't like anything.
That's not true. I like some things.
I'd like you to meet my friend Gigi that likes not a lot of things.
I like some things. I like potatoes.
That's one thing.
And I like pasta. Of many kinds.
Yeah, she does like burritos. She likes spinach artichoke dip. Yep.
I like other kinds of dip too.
Oh, I'm so angry about my runes. That was a whole level. Like literally, that was like 240 something like that. She likes that yogurt stuff. Do you make that like fluffy yogurt stuff?
Yeah.
You do?
I think I told you about it.
A big veg and fruit person?
I mean, yeah. listen, I like a lot of things, okay? Just because I don't like some things doesn't mean I don't like things.
Just because I don't like some things doesn't mean I don't like some things. It's true though. I mean, I don't like some things, but I feel like I have a pretty open mind when it comes to food. I'll try things most of the time.
Probably. Like I said, I haven't had sushi since I was in 7th grade and had bad sushi the one time I had sushi. So I've just have avoided it ever since. And the problem is I don't have anybody to go get sushi with me to be like, this is a safe thing for you to eat.
This is a sushi.
Eat this one.
I don't like sushi. I am not a seafood enjoyer, which I know is a whole genre of food, a whole category of food.
Genre.
Well, how do you categorize that? A category of food?
Say category.
But that's not the word. That's not the word. Anyway, I don't like seafood.
Try sushi, but I need to go with a friend. I need to go with a friend.
I need my friend to hold my hand.
Safe. Yeah.
Raw octopus, and no matter how much you chew. Oh no, God.
No.
Like
okay.
I watch a lot of those YouTube videos that are like famous people trying snacks from like their co-stars country. So like, you know, like it'll be like an American and a Brit trying each other's snacks, whatever. And they always do like congealed eel. And I'm like, why? Why? First of all, why is that? Why is it something that other countries eat? And second of all, why is this what you're putting on your YouTube show where you want people to eat it and watch it?
If for some unfathomable reason we're ever both in the same city, we'll guide you to sushi. Thank you. I appreciate that. I need sushi guidance.
You need a sushi sensei.
I like salmon. I like tilapia. I like cod. I like fish and chips. I like shrimp.
Have a dessert that we consider an STD.
Well, syphilis?
What? I know that they have a lot of gross things, but what are you referring to? As soon as you say it, I'll be like, oh yeah, duh.
Have you tried poke? Nuh-uh.
Every country has shrimp-flavored chips. The U.S.
I got Costco had
no,
a big ass
Cape
bag
Cod.
of shrimp.
Oh, spotted dick. Yeah. You can say dick, by the way.
You can say dick.
You can say dick.
You can curse in this channel. We're 18 plus.
I will also be your sushi support should the opportunity ever arise. Gigi, I will not be your sushi support animal.
That's
I'm just letting you know right now. I'm sorry.
I understand. You don't like red meat? I love a good red meat.
You will.
You will?
What's sticking out of those guys' necks? They're candles. Hold on, I'll show you in a second. Dick,
No.
dick, 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 dick. Everybody. Dick, 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 dick. Oh, they're not candles. They're just like they're like little crystals, like glowing crystals.
Where are you?
You're still up on the cliff. Go down the side of the cliff. There's like
I
a.
don't know how to get down.
Hold on,
I'm
it's.
looking for a down.
You're right.
and I
You're very
can't
close to it.
find
Do you see the big tree? Do you see the big fat tree?
That one?
I think you're heading towards it. Yeah, and then there should be a down. Nope. Come back this way. This turn around and come backwards. Yep. Head towards my name. Do you see me? I see you. Yeah, so come over to this tree that I'm over here nearby. And there's a down.
Okay.
Dick, 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 dick.
Or I could just fall down. It's fine.
Everybody!
Is this the down? No.
You're close. I could, like, your marker is close. Yeah, right there. Yeah. Yay!
Sorry.
Found her own down. I know, she did it! Guys, she's growing up.
That's patently untrue.
No, come on. Alright, guys. The night we finally finish Elden Ring, like we finish like the last DLC boss, on stream we're gonna go back and we're gonna watch the VOD of Gigi's first time playing this.
Okay.
And then we're all gonna be like, look at how much you've grown. Today I learned, oh, you clearly were not in stream last night.
Yeah, we were
Andy, we talked about that for about 5 hours last night. It's called wood. Yeah, they're glowing phallic objects. Apparently I haven't fixed that one either.
I got lost. I got distracted.
How'd you get distracted?
Hi, I'm Gigi. You're good. You're good. Yeah, we definitely talked about that.
I'm dancing. How about dance party redeem?
I don't like them. Ba ba da ba 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 ba.
As Calting the Lambs. Oh no, when I say clearly you weren't in stream last night, that wasn't like a oh my god you weren't here in my stream. That was a like you missed the whole thing we talked about. The hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits, the hobbits. To Isengard, to Isengard. Yes, sorry you missed it. Well, we did take a poll, and everybody is welcome to answer. What is your favorite song about penis? Can she find her? I'm not gonna do it. I want to see if she'll find it.
What?
What?
I wasn't paying attention. I was destroying things.
She'll probably find it on accident by doing this.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, hey.
What did I say?
Holly.
She'll probably find it on accident by doing that. She'll probably find it on accident because she has to destroy everything.
I'm sorry. I'm just here to ruin Elden Ring for you.
I was just waiting. I was just waiting to see what would happen.
I was gonna
She just fucking barrel rolls in here.
There were so many things to destroy. What was I supposed to do? Not destroy the things?
We have 90-something hours into this playthrough. She has not a single time found a piece of loot from doing this, but yet. Break everything. No, I don't. I'm so used to it. I just thought it was funny because Ish was like, let's see if she'll figure out what to do in this room, and Gigi was like, do 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 do.
That's actually not true. The DLC started putting loot behind things that are breakable.
That is true.
So I have found.
Did you talk to this man?
No, am I supposed to?
I mean, lore that you totally care about.
I care so much about the lore. You're so
the penis song by Monty Python. Mine is My Dick by 303. That's my favorite song about penises.
Approach not the mad list, yes, lest ye succumb.
Don't succumb.
I'm succumbing.
I'm succumbing. I'm succumbing. I'm dying.
I'm dying. I'm
perishing.
perishing.
I'm succumbing.
Oh no. Oh no. Why are you mooning?
There's a man.
Oh, man.
Oh my god.
I didn't see the man.
He crossed the gap quick.
There was the moon. I saw the moon before I saw the man. Okay.
That's a good song too. Thank you. I think that's an excellent choice. Da Vinci's Notebook song. Da Vinci Notebooks song. I think I know that one. Home on Eileen by Dexy's Midnight Runners. How come that, out of everything that got blocked, that one did? That's funny. Oh, because the way you spelled it, but still. I hit allow. Thank you. Maybe got back because the whole reason he's talking about. No, I think we covered this last night. That like songs that are just like about sex in general are not necessarily what we're talking about. I think we're like it has to explicitly be about penis. Wouldn't have been. I know. I got it. It was just weird because I was like, people cuss in this stream all the time. Why did that one thing get denied? I'm trying to get this dude up here.
It doesn't like when people say stabbed in the butt in my chat for some reason.
The word French got auto-modded in my chat once.
Oh, we had an issue with Ferret where it kept auto-modding her for saying Alaska.
Oh, I mean, Alaska, that's the worst thing you could possibly say. Are you serious?
Right? So
well, I can't believe you would say Alaska about, in my good Christian Minecraft server.
The Alaska.
Wow.
It was like 4 streams.
Yeah, we didn't count masturbation songs. Yeah. It has to explicitly be about peen.
I'm sure Sabrina Carpenter has one.
Alaska D's nuts. Oh my gosh.
I just don't listen to a lot of pop music. So.
Pop music. Pop music. Everybody talk about pop music.
Pop music.
Pop music. Politic.
Politic. Of course, I got corrected for my lyrics in
Oh,
YouTube.
I did see that.
And I was like, no!
I did see that.
Wrong.
You're surprised I know that song? Hi, Ish. Welcome to my stream. I'm probably about 10 or 15 years older than you think I am.
Which song are we talking about?
Pop music.
Pop music. It also was a trending song on TikTok for a while.
Detachable Penis by King Missile. I don't think I've heard that one, honestly. Congratulations on looking. Well, because people are always like, "You're too young for that," and I'm like, I'm literally not.
Watch me.
Watch me.
It's okay.
Bed chem. Ooh, is this the thing? Hold on. Oh, this fucking dirt here. Wow.
Hey, I'm less old.
Wow! I'm less old dirt. I'm newer dirt.
Am I wrong?
No,
I'm
but
old.
like, hey.
For at least 5 more years, she says that she's 5 years younger than me.
5 more years. Wait, isn't the one of these a shelf you go down? Maybe not yet.
Smash.
Everybody talk about pop music.
Freshly 30.
Ugh.
Fresh little baby.
Wait, is that for real?
Yeah.
Ugh.
Baby turdy.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Ugh. The big 4 O's. Yeah, mine's the beginning of next month, Grace. Yerp.
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 My coworker is a huge Hanson fan.
Steph, my
Like,
mod,
she
is a big Hanson fan. Yep, she goes and she travels all over.
The Hanson days. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Steph, my mod, Steph is as well.
She hates Mbop. She's like, that's not what
they're like, they don't really like Mbop anymore.
Yeah, they don't play it. Oh no. Okay, well I got ratted.
Oh, you got ratted. 45 in 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, Nikki and Wolfie, I think, are the only two. Well, obviously, and now Grace by like a week are the only two I think that are older than me now, that are here like actively.
Don't die.
I didn't die, but I fell.
Oh no.
2 of them own a brewery. I wouldn't put that past it, honestly.
They do a lot of stuff. They do a lot of things.
Negative about Hanson because they are kids who play their own instruments and write their own songs. Listen, you know what? They have talent. I'm not gonna say.
They've
Am
put
I a
out
nobody?
so many albums.
I thought you were. Oh, you are. No, that's right, Horseman. You are older than me. For some reason, I thought you were also in the 40 range. But no, you are. You're a couple of years older too. That's true. No. You should take that. You should take that as a compliment. I thought you were. I thought you were
a fresh young bebe.
I know that the supernatural guys do alcohol too. My supernatural boys.
Ya boys.
My boys.
Ya boys.
Yes, you did have an October 1st birthday. That's right. You and
A
75
birthday.
people in my Discord are born on October 3rd. October 1st. No, it's 3 people. All right, now don't roll off while I'm fighting this time.
I need to get my
44. Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Everybody talk about
music. Excuse me. November is the best first month. Did you almost get ratzed?
I almost got ratted. Mad Craftsman's Cookbook.
Why is he so angry?
Everybody talk about it. Oh my gosh, pop music is stuck in my fucking head now.
You did it.
I know I did. October 1st is the best. Oh my gosh, here's one of the other October 1st birthdays. Hi, Oddball. Welcome in. Thank you for 54 months.
That's so many.
That's so many months.
That's so many months.
That's so many months. Oddball, welcome in. How are you? Do you like the new emotes? Do you like the new emotes? Welcome in, Oddball. How you doing? How's school? How's things? How's life? Oh man. Dirty pop. Baby, baby, can't stop. I know you like that dirty pop. This must be. Running on a the type of thing we do. I'm just doing what we like. Can we say the same for you?
Dirty pop.
Dirty pop. Baby, baby, can't stop. I know you like that dirty pop. Anyways. Did you just say you can't be mad if you're on crack? Is it not true?
I fell down.
Oh no.
What's to do with this pop life and when it's gonna fade out? You'd audition to for show choir with that song?
Dirty pop?
Dirty pop?
Or pop music?
I assume dirty pop.
Dirty pop.
Just stop.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom.
You needed a felt, that's true, but I didn't die. It's gonna be me.
It's gonna be me. Ooh, so that moves. Or the ice around my neck. When is it gonna fade out?
Okay. I fell down again.
Yeah, I think we need to be down. There's a something we have to pull. Ooh.
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 Yeah, but it doesn't count as falling if I didn't die.
Right.
If it doesn't pop up and say Gertrude has died, dude, I'd really fall.
Oops.
No.
Well, I found a way. Just about respect. School's complicated. I did an exam. Technically failed. But due to things that happened, including a fire alarm, I don't know if it's going to be thought of as my first attempt or not. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, I found the way, GG. I found the way.
Was there a thing up here?
No, it's over here.
Is there not a thing over there?
We can't reach that yet. We have to move this bookshelf that's right here that you're about to try to jump to. We have to move it. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right, this way.
Oh, well. I tried to jump onto it and I failed.
So this, I opened this door, which is like the front door, but then this was a painting right here. The way, the truth, and the light. I feel bad because base game, I was like, I got this. Follow me. I want to show us where to go. And then we get to DLC, and I'm like, I swear I've played this before. I swear I've played the DLC before. I swear.
I'm just having a good time.
I've never played on PC.
I am a PC pretty much exclusive other than Nintendo. Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
Oh, there's a thing here.
And it's not because I just don't own them. No, that's exactly why. It's because I literally just don't own any others.
There's still a thing on top of this bookshelf. Should I get it?
Yeah. Nanaya's torch. On PS5. I do want a PS5. There are some PlayStation exclusives that I do want to play.
Like Ghost?
Like, no, Ghost is on PC.
No, well, they ported it eventually.
Yeah.
But like the new Ghost is not.
Oh yeah, no, the new Ghost isn't. I would like to play Bloodborne. Bloodborne. You started reading my chat and my Wi-Fi dropped. Oh no. Well, I said that's unfortunate and hopefully they won't hold it against you and you'll be able to retake it.
Yeah.
No, wait, we needed to take a left or a right. Shh. Listen, that's why one of my brand new emotes, subscribe now. That's one of my new emotes is lost with the map because hello, yeah.
Hello.
Have you met me? Have you met Ted?
Hello. Have you met Pink? Don't worry, I made it.
Bloodborne almost made you break your TV. Oof. Alright, so get this torch.
Torch.
An RTX 5080. Oh, you could I was like a Verizon. A Ryzen. Yeah, you could definitely run some decent games on that. But yeah, I can understand, like, if you've got a PS5 and you're just playing PS5 games, I would understand that. Just go straight down, I think.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Ooh, a spirit hash.
So this, which goes down. I'm so out of it. Is this a new? No. I was just talking about how I would like to play Bloodborne, but I don't have a PS5. Bloodborne. Nope, this is, I was gonna say base game Elden Ring. This is just vanilla Elden Ring. This is, not base game, it is DLC. Well,
vanilla.
It's just regular old Elden Ring. We also passed a guy over in this corner. Yeah.
This cannot
Sitting
stand.
in a box? Dang. Toss that in a computer and you got yourself a streaming computer. Oh.
Although I apparently need to change some things about my PC in order to update to Windows 11.
Oh, really? I can't even, same. That's why I'm like, I'll just play on my computer. Oh, there's a spirit ass over here too, by the way.
Spirit ass?
Oh, can you kick that ladder? I didn't kick it. No.
Well, shit. I was hoping that I could grab onto it.
Okay.
Turns out I cannot.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm covered. Yeah, that's what they want, Andy. They want you to just buy a whole new fucking computer, which is crazy.
Yeah.
I might just bring my PC into Micro Center and be like, listen, I don't want a new PC.
My mom is like that. She'll be like, I don't understand why this doesn't work. And I'm like, well, you've had it for 5 years. And she's like, yeah, but why doesn't it work anymore? And I'm like, listen, because technology just ages itself out. Like, there's no reason why it just doesn't fucking work anymore. I don't know what to tell you. They're not updating the software anymore, or the firmware, or whatever it may be.
That might be what I need to do too, and I'm not happy about it. Because
I'm gonna do it one of
like
these weekends. Just give it to someone. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, hello. Who are you? You weren't here before? Okay.
Oh, he was. I killed him before. You just go to the Grace. Oh, well, now you're fighting somebody. Hold on. Let me come back. Well, I know, I mean, I can't speak for her or what's wrong with everything, but I know, like, in this game, she's having, like, texture issues and stuff.
am, but there isn't really anything wrong with my PC. It's that I can't.
Oh, you can't go
It's
to
telling me I
Windows.
can't upgrade to Windows 11.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is the only game where I'm having texture issues, and it's not all the time. So I have no idea what the problem is. Like all the drivers are updated. It's
Me.
just odd.
Before we go into this boss fight, I'm gonna take a go piss girl break.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm at the Grace, but I'm not resting. So hopefully you won't bring any aggro in here. Alright guys, I'll be right back.
Me, what GPU I have? I have a 3070 Ti. There's absolutely no reason why I should be having texture issues. Honestly. Where the fuck? I'm so confused right now. I'm just gonna... Thank you. Just gonna travel. Okay, I'm gonna also do a BRB. I will be right back.
I am back. I don't think GG's back yet, but I am back. My computer struggled with BG3. I have a pretty high-end PC. I have a relatively high-end PC, and BG3 can lag on mine as well, especially in Act 3. Which I know you're not at. I know you just started it, but Act 3 was pretty rough for me. I mean, I haven't played entirely through Baldur's Gate on this PC yet. When I played Baldur's Gate, I was still on my stream PC. Wolfie catching up on gold. Do you remember how much gold you had before the Switch? Oh, I forgot Scadooch. You know what's funny is I haven't been using summons. Like I haven't been using like my mimic tier, and I think she is, and I definitely don't even see when she summons it. You don't. Bummer. Yeah, you guys went pretty ham the first night.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah.
You need to
where are we
rest or anything?
Probably.
Alright, I don't have... I've got 196k runes. What do I need? I think I needed a whole 100,000 more. Yeah, I literally need a... Yeah. Okay.
I've got 113.
Alright. So, we can either try to run back through this whole area and maybe see if we can get another 100k, because I need 298 and I'm at 196. Or we can just try to go into this boss and try to get our runes each time.
Let's just try to do the boss, maybe?
Okay.
Or, wait. Are you sure? Wait.
Okay,
No.
so... I know
Is
that
this
this
a
is
boss where
different. Like, I
we
know
die
this
a
is
lot?
different, and I know that this is 2 players and whatever. I personally struggle with this boss. His moveset
then
for
let's-
me
then-
is tough.
Yeah, then let's
So-
get more runes.
Okay. I don't know what it is. Some people can do this boss hitless, and I'm like, I don't understand. I don't understand.
Oh, damn. I've got a new killing blow enemy.
Ah. Oh, because you have the great katana now.
Okay. You could not.
Doesn't necessarily kill you because you run out of health. Yeah. He's just too fast for me, and I struggle with his moveset. When I know people are like, oh, he's easy, just do this, or just do... And it's like, that's all well and good, but I can't just do that. Like, I can't, like, just do the thing. Like, I just struggle with him. There's a few that I struggle with that other people don't. Like, I don't know, do you watch Bingo Brawlers at all, ish? Well, Season 5 just started yesterday if you don't watch Bingo Brawlers. But one of the bosses that they do hitless, like, that's like the boss that they do hitless, is Gaius. And I'm like, motherfucker, how? Motherfucker, how? His boar takes up the, like, half of the screen. The boar hitbox.
That's what she said.
Same thing with Rilana. People are like, I'll just hitless Rilana. And I'm like, what?
Oh, hey, Scuzzy. Elden Ring, yeah. Pink and I have been playing Elden Ring since apparently March.
Yeah, I mean, it was the last weekend in March, but yes, we've been playing since March, and she didn't believe me.
I didn't.
I am one of 4. That's,
Ooh,
honestly, that's
wow.
very flattering. That's very,
awesome.
very flattering to hear. Thank you. I'm glad I've left my mark. And all bosses? Oh, nice.
Oops, all bosses.
Did you keep track of, like, your in-game time or anything like that? My all bosses is not impressive. My all bosses is something like 70 hours or something like that.
Okay.
But I have beaten all 207 bosses. I have done it.
This is my first time
238.
playing.
Okay,
I
yeah.
am baby.
But you're doing good, and I wish you would accept that you're doing good for this being your first time playing. Just accept my love, GG.
I will never accept a compliment. I will accept
Just
your love, but I will not
accept
accept a
it!
compliment. I accept your love, but not compliments.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
I had more trouble with regular enemies and the hordes of... Yes. The enemy density definitely was a little bit... Oh, that guy just respawned right in front of me. I'm dead. Oh.
How do you do that? I rested forever ago.
I really hope I can get my runes again.
Okay. Here, let me emerge.
Anyway, yes, I agree. The enemy density, and the health pool in some of these regular enemies is ridiculous. Did it in 20 hours? That's amazing. I want to learn how to speedrun. So I'm on a stream team called the Firekeepers, and we are all Souls streamers in some sense or another. Thank you so much for the follow. So we all play something in the Souls series, whether it's all of them or some of them or whatever. Like, for example, I only play Elden Ring. But anyways, so there's somebody who is on my stream, the stream team that I'm on, who is the top Canadian any percent glitchless speedrunner, and he has offered to teach me to speedrun the game. My goal is I would like I want to do it in like pieces. Like I would like to beat it in like under 6 hours while I'm learning, and then I would like to beat it in under 3 hours, and then like my goal would be like an hour.
That's crazy.
Most bosses and large enemies use the giant crusher, the lion's claw. Do you have time to change? They get you? Yeah. Did you say I am the Yes, Firekeep. Oh, thank you, DJ. Yes, Firekeepers is the name of the stream team that I am on. Yes.
I just got
190 and under 8. That's crazy. I know.
I just got frightened by one of those fucking ghost men.
Ah!
I turned around here.
Screams in lowercase. Ah! One of the other people? Really? Who? Oh, I'm curious. Who? Canada mentioned. Yes. Yes. So his name is Brian. His name is Ronnie's Consort Brian. That's his stream name. Yeah, and he is the #1 Canadian any percent glitchless streamer. And he was like, I wanna learn, or I wanna teach. And I was like, I wanna learn. Teach me. That takes so much patience, and like you have to run like exactly. Like it's gonna be tough, but I want to try it. She's Puerto Rican and lives in Florida.
Had a blast of vacation. I'm glad you had a good vacation. I would love to have a vacation. Ow.
You should just take a vacation.
In August. That was like
I guess I'm just like sheltered or abused. I don't know. I'm like, I get like a couple of vacations every few years, maybe. I'm not for sure. I
mean,
think I heard her say it.
Yellowstone. It's like a family thing. It's not really a vacation.
That's fair. Fair. I take vacation from work, but like I don't go places. Like I usually just end up streaming. All right, I have enough for mine. I'm going back up to the Grace. I don't know.
I'm really bad at taking vacations from work. Like I take vacations because I'm about to hit my PTO cap. Is why I take vacations.
There's paid vacation and then just not going to work. It's true, so true, bestie.
That's so true. I still need a lot more.
Okay.
I need like
Do you need me to reset and help
90.
kill?
Yeah, I mean I just rested, so
Oh, okay. So there should be.
But the problem is, then you're gonna get like 90k runes.
As long as I can use this one level, I guess I'm good. And then I have to take some off. Yeah. I'm a salaried employee, so I just
also salaried.
take.
Why do they not? Okay.
So I just say, hey, I'm not gonna be here this week, and then my boss goes, okay.
I still have PTO as a salaried employee.
Yeah, no, I don't have PTO. Like I have PTO, but it's like unlimited PTO. Like it's just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just take it whenever you need it.
Just take it, yeah. But he knows that I take a week in July and I take a week in November, and I don't go anywhere. So
Yeah.
like, I take vacations because I feel like it. What's that like? Took a month in
There are
August.
so many rats in here. I just need my.
Took a month
runes.
in August. That's crazy.
I would
love a month.
couldn't-
No, I feel like I would lose my mind for a month. Like I was unemployed for like 3 months at one period of time, and by like halfway through the first month, I was like, I'm bored. I don't know what to do with myself.
all of the rats are falling out of here.
And I tell him my backyard. Wait, where's? You have 3. I was gonna ask, you have 3 months a year, but then I realized what you meant by that. You're a seasonal employee. That's not vacation. Oops, all rats.
Oops, all rats. Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll just bust some room things. I think I've got stuff that I can do. I just need to get them to
Well,
equal 90.
did you get those runes that I just did for murder?
Yeah. I'm at 249. I need to get to. I'm gonna rest with the grace, so just so you know.
Got one more.
Okay, I'm at 255. I need 313.
At a
so
B&B
I
with a spa allowance. Oh my gosh, what is that
need
like?
60,000.
But I look at them and dream. He's like, you get 3 months vacation every. Oh my god, that would piss me off. Like, that's not vacation. That's literally called fucking unemployment. Like, don't be an asshole about it.
If you're not being paid, it's not vacation.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's bullshit. Well, I mean, I would argue that you don't necessarily have to be paid for it to be vacation. I have employees who go on vacation, and I'm like, you don't have enough PTO for that. And they're like, that's fine. I'm like, okay. Enjoy getting paid for 3 out of those 5 days.
That's crazy. I couldn't ever
Yeah,
do that.
well.
But,
You know where I work.
yeah. Okay, I have leveled up. What?
Oh, you
grades
have?
are
Okay.
at? Second floor chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Needed a vacation after cooking almost 150 pounds of pasta. Yeah, that tracks.
Well, if I
that
do
would
72,
be
I can use the other spell.
tiring. 150 pounds of pasta. That would last me like a weekend. Just kidding. I love it.
I was like, I hope not.
No, I would actually die. I can't even eat a full bowl of pasta. I don't have like an appetite lately. I don't know what it is.
Lotto win and don't say nothing, there'd be signs. Okay, so here's the question. If you won the lotto and it's like, I'm just gonna throw a number out there, like a life-changing amount of money, but not like set for the rest of your life, right? Like, let's say, like, for example, like $500,000, you win the lotto. Would you quit your job?
No.
I hear people all the time are like, I want to win the lotto and quit my job, and I'm like, that's not enough to pay. That's not enough for the rest of your life. Okay, so let's say like $2 million.
No. I would find a different job. But that's also not enough. That's barely enough to buy a house in Denver.
I think I can live an honest life with 200. Okay, but how often is the lottery $200 million? Right. Like, I would say like like 3 million, 5 million, 7 million.
I mean, I would not turn my nose up at $7 million.
But you quit your job?
No. I would probably find a different one.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Some people are like, I just want to win the lottery and never have to work again. And I'm like, I feel like that's a bad idea.
I like win the lotto and never have to work again money is a lot more than people think it is.
That's like, yeah.
People think that $1 million is enough to
Robbing a bank and
live
not
off
getting
for the
caught is
rest of
already a lotto win.
your life. Ayo.
Ayo. No, also, I disagree because they don't have a lot of money in the banks nowadays. Like, there's not a lot of cash in the banks nowadays. Like, there's probably not even $1 million in cash in most banks nowadays. Like, I was only a head teller. Like, I wasn't anybody of any importance. But, like, I went into the vault. There's not $1 million in there. There may be $1 million, but there's not a shit ton of money in vaults anymore.
I mean, you can live for a long time with $1 million, but like, let's say you pay all of your bills. If you have student loans, you pay off your student loans, your credit cards, you pay off your house, whatever. You're left with a few $100,000. That's not enough to, like, you could maybe quit your job and live for a couple of years off of it.
Right.
And, like, I'm not saying that you need to spend all of your money, but I'm just saying that, like, it's just not.
Like, I feel like I would pay off all my debts. I would probably purchase a house or a piece of property and build a house. And then I would probably invest a good chunk of it because, like, you want that to continue to grow. You don't want to fly through it, and then when you run out of it, what's left? You know?
You put half, like, a third of it in a high yield savings account, because that's way lower risk than investing, and you know, it's just not enough.
We have to know to invest. I mean, you would like Gigi said, you put it in a high interest CD or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Anyway,
I know I'd be happy with $1 million too. Like, my life would change with $1 million, but that's not.
Yeah.
That's not enough that I would never work another day in my life.
Oh, no. I wasn't done. I was still prepping for the fight, sir. Alright, what big thing is gonna happen now? There we go. Have almost solved after paying your bills. Like, paying off my credit cards and my house, if it was $1 million, it's not half of my money, but it's almost half of my money.
Yeah.
Enough. I have endured.
I mean, I also would buy a different house. But the thing is, the neighborhood I want to live in, $1 million, not going to cut it.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I would buy a piece of property, probably. Both.
I ask you forgive me.
I am
Dearest
delayed. Oh, ouchie. Oh, no. I don't like this gentleman. Oh, it's this asshole. Good luck, have fun. Thanks.
I don't like this guy, Ferret. I really struggle with this guy, personally.
Ew! That looks like we could have a couple of bucks. Uh-huh. Take it. Oh, why isn't he wearing pants?
A comfy early retirement. Yeah, oddball, exactly. Like, pay off my debts so I can live comfortably now with what I'm making now.
Yeah. Have money in a bank account so that I'm not stressed about anything happening.
Why me? Get out. Come on, dude.
Okay. Where is my... Okay. I couldn't get my health up.
Okay. I will perish.
Simply perish. He's very flowy.
The no pants. I don't like him. I don't like his moveset. I don't like how he can just shoot the madness like literally all the way across the arena. I don't like this boss.
I don't
And
like
people people say this boss is easy, and I'm like, they're like, he's so skinny, he's so scrawny, he's so easy, he's so weak, and I'm like, but motherfucker, the entire arena's on fire with madness. Don't give me that shit.
Madness. He's in the no pants.
Of your foolishness.
I know, he probably is very weak to heavy damage.
That damage was crazy.
His
So
damage,
crazy.
I
Welcome
know.
in, Winchester Bros 2.
Winchester Bros, hi.
Winchester, which
Is that
is the bros
a supernatural
are-
reference?
I'm sorry.
Me every 3 seconds. Is that a supernatural reference?
Oh my god.
Oh my god, is that a supernatural reference?
I have
Fix it up. Play off
Yeah,
my
we
mom's
can-
credit card, all her medical debt, buy her a new car, and then yeah, exactly. All right, we don't need to watch this, right? You ready?
Nope.
Okay, let's go.
Yep. Here's the thing. $1 million probably wouldn't do all that. Hello, sir.
Supernatural mentions Ayo, right?
I'm gonna die.
I was waiting for
haven't done-
Pink's reaction.
I haven't done anything!
Oh, do we need to perish again? All right, let me get close to the door.
I'm sorry. I was.
It's okay. I told you I don't like this boss either. I hate him.
I told you I'm bad at this game.
I honestly, the last boss of the DLC is the hardest thing that I think I've ever experienced in my life.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Clearly they did not care that I hadn't done anything. Well, they should. I'm gonna stop going in there first. Cause that first guy fucks me up too much.
Oh, okay. Hello, little man. Stop speaking.
Wants to call your parents for pickup, bad vibes all around. Is Chloe no pants ass? No pants
Yeah,
ass?
I don't like him.
Mom, can you
You
come
ready?
get
Are you ready?
me?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, go. Nope.
No pants ass?
What? I'm literally the moon. Should have hit him the once, so he's weak to magic. Okay.
Stop moving. I'm trying to hit you.
Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, it's okay.
I didn't get him, okay.
No,
We did get him? We did? What?
Yeah. He like fell down.
Okay, get out, get out, get out, get out.
I'm getting out, I'm getting out. Okay. I was out as out as I could get.
Okay, you didn't die.
Right.
Ooh, is he weak to...
Is he weak to moon?
Well, that's not what I didn't finish my thought.
That's
Like,
okay.
does
I
he have
was-
poise? Like weak poise. Ah! Fuck, fuck. Okay, okay, I didn't die. Okay. Nice, nice, nice.
Oh, my mimic got him out.
Oh,
of
your
the
mimic's here?
sun.
I don't even see your mimic.
Oh yeah,
I haven't even been using my mimic for a long time.
I have been because
Nice.
she's better than me.
Whew! It's fine when you can keep your actual distance away from him.
Mom, there's a creepy guy here and he's all flowy, doesn't have pants. I want to go home, but Jenna's brother went to the grocery store in their cars. We can't leave. Can you come pick me up?
That's such a precise precise reference there. 200. Let's go. Now I can learn the other moons. Oh wait, it uses 2. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate.
Look, now I can do both moons.
Basic attack was melting him, doing more damage than all of your heavy stuff. Who, me? Are you trying to say that
No,
I
I
can't
think me,
stop
because I
myself?
was doing the
Oh no, Grace.
glintstone.
You mean you
Oh,
thought
you
that I
mean
went
you mean
for-
as opposed to this? Just this one was?
Mm.
Well, because this one does bleed.
Bleeb.
Bleeb. I'm a bleeber.
Da, 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 da.
Bleeber. Oh yeah, that's exact. It's glintstone ice crag. My favorite spell in the whole game.
Light web.
Blah 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 blah. All right, so now what we have to do. You gotta toot the other horn.
Okay. I will do all of the
Now.
horn.
Remember how to get
Clips on it and
there. It's here.
it
Like
for?
this is what we need. It's like right here. But do we get there from down here, or do we get there from over here?
All the children are growing up.
Let's see if you can get there from here.
Or worst.
Incredibly weak to that. Nice.
Get weaked.
Get weaked on.
You knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself. You're so right. Mom.
Yes. Yes. I don't remember if you get there from the mountains or if you have to get there through the Abyssal Woods. I've only done the DLC twice. I've done the base game 1,000 times.
First sent you to Ads and Pink's channel, but he's here, still here streamed thanks to me.
Aww.
Thanks, multi-stream. You the real MVP. Multi-Twitch.
Multi-Twitch.
Now that he who unfortunately was pantsless is dead, you can go to sleep. The nightmare is now dead.
Oh yes, he won't haunt you in your sleep. You're welcome, oddball.
I will.
I will haunt you in your sleep, though. On the other hand,
You're not safe.
nowhere is safe. Yeah, so we did Deo.
Dale.
Deo.
Daylight come and me one go home. Miss that day, miss that day, miss that day. Oh,
Deo.
Dale,
Deo.
Dale.
Deo.
Oh no. Not the echolalian.
Oh no.
Oh no. Thank you, Pikachu. At least y'all haunting me means musical numbers.
Oh, you're welcome.
Incessant musical numbers.
I don't
They
know.
will
I don't
never
know if you
end.
want those in your dreams either.
You'll never be able to make them stop.
Oh no.
I know I can't.
Come up through a well in a small village. Oh, Bonnie Village?
Oh, where are you? I came out of my menu and I was alone. Where did you go?
I haven't moved.
What? You are not here.
I'm like at the main entrance. And I haven't
main
moved from there.
Oh,
Of the building we're in.
oh, okay. That's not where I was.
It's not Bonnie
I hadn't
Village?
left. I hadn't left the
I
boss.
thought Bonnie
room
Village was
yet.
the only one that has the well. That one's easier to get to. Yeah, well, because this one we did Deo, which is no, Deo is the easier one to get to because you just have to go through the hinterlands. This one is the other one, and I just can't remember how to get there. I can't remember if it's down here. Oh, wait. Is it down the beach and up the thing? No, because the whole Cerulean coast goes down to PK, down into the Garden of Deep Purple. this beach looks like this beach might go up.
This beach.
What's my opinion on fat squirrels? I went to New York City with my family for a Christmas shopping trip or whatever a few years ago. And the squirrels in Central Park are so fat. They literally look like cats, basically.
Those poor squirrels.
And it's sad for them.
A few people I used to work with would say that it was weird that I would stand at the end of someone's bed while they slept to watch them, but also super sweet and funny. Just watching.
Okay, so I'm gonna guess. If you sat on the
if you sat on the floor, if you sat
I
on the
feel like
floor
that'd be
like
less
a
drawing,
cat.
yeah.
Oh my god.
A basketball, that's sad.
Basketball. That poor squirrel. He's gonna die. Like the problem is like people they feed squirrels and then the squirrels
try
don't
that.
know how to get their own food.
All right, I'm gonna try this. I'm not sure if this is it. I'm going to Cerulean Coast West.
West?
Yeah, and then from there maybe try like here. So go to 1. Man, I wish I could just... The DLC has so much verticality to it. It's so hard to remember where everything is. How much is... It was... I mean, obviously it was Squirrel Tail, but they were like... Literally, I'm not exaggerating. They were like this. They were huge. Huge
Y'all-
squirrels. No,
Ow,
no, please
ow,
don't, please
ow,
don't, please don't.
Ow. They were aiming for you, but you were moving, so I was there where they were moving.
Sorry!
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 My bad! Oh no, my bad.
Oopsies. It's so dense, yeah, because it's below and above and underneath and through and... Yeah, it's crazy. Alright. Okay, so still going.
It's so
This way.
crazy.
Yeah, wasn't the... There was either a bird or a dragon here that we killed.
A verb?
A bird or a dragon.
You murdered. I think this was bird.
I think it was bird too. So where are you implying we would go up? Over there?
Oh,
Sorry,
Okay.
I just did the zigzag on you again. Sorry.
you juked me.
I don't.
Okay,
I
didn't die
juked
this
you.
time. I didn't die this time. It's fine.
That's the most
This
important part is that you didn't die.
Yeah, for once.
Yeah. Okay, so this way. I'm legit going to bed. Sure you are.
Liar.
Sure you are.
Liar.
Good night, Oddball. Thanks for hanging. Thank you so
Good
much for the
night.
resubby.
Thank you for the follow.
Okay, let's try this. Oh, wait, no. I don't know if that beach
And-
is traversable. Like, it looks like it might be around this little corner here. I was so shocked their response. They're not talking about it. Oh, no. You're joking. So they're like,
That's
to
even worse.
make up for it, we're just going to do ads. I canceled
That's
mine.
even worse. Yeah, I canceled mine too.
I canceled
to
mine.
be fair, I thought I had already canceled
Yeah,
it.
that's different. I was actively using mine, but no.
And then I got the email that was like, we're raising our prices. And I was like,
To
"That's everything I'm
$30.
doing." Yeah.
$30 a
Insane.
month? That's absolutely ridiculous. All right, so this is... Yeah, actually, you know what? I might have figured it out. I might be right.
Hell yeah.
I think. Glub glub.
Globe globe. You finally used the spider spray you had like a month ago?
Hell yeah. Rhea! Rhea!
Rhea! Rhea,
We wanna go home.
home. What are we talking about? Microsoft is raising the prices on Game Pass.
Yeah. And like it would be different, but you don't own any of the things on Game Pass.
Right.
You don't own any of the games, and at any point in time they can take it off Game Pass, and you can lose. Like I was halfway into Lies of P when they took it off Game Pass, and I had to buy it on Steam and start over again. Well,
Yeah.
I guess okay. Yes, I know there's ways to convert your state. I know it can be done. But at the time, I didn't know that, and I was pissed. And I am getting fingered from the ground, and I don't like it.
Oh. Yeah, PlayStation, you can keep all the games that are free.
Yeah,
Like, there's 1 or 2 a month, but, like, they're yours.
yeah.
Although they're digital, so
Oh, the
technically-
worms are back again, don't forget. You don't have Game
worms
Pass? Yeah.
back down.
If they gave you regular Ubisoft Plus with it, it might be worth it. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the other thing is like you can have Game Pass, but then you still need EA Plus, and then you still need Ubisoft. Like you still need the other ones as well for the other games.
Right.
So I was like, I just buy them on Steam when they're on sale. Like, yeah, I could play both of the Star Wars Jedi games on Game Pass, but I had to have EA. So I'm like, fuck it. I just waited till they were $10 a piece, and I bought them on Steam. And now I can play them whenever I want. Get gift cards and are limited to 2. So that's like points or whatever?
I don't
They're
know.
just
I'm
terrible
not an
games.
Xbox girly,
Yeah.
so I don't know. I don't know anything about Xbox. I've always been a PlayStation girly.
I was always a PlayStation girly too. I only got the PC Xbox because I liked being able to play Bethesda games day one and other Xbox games day one, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm a big Fallout fan, so when they were like, "Oh, sorry, Microsoft's buying Bethesda," I was like, "Well, fuck. How else
Yeah.
am I gonna play my games?" Games with gold. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if they still do games with gold or not. Like PlayStation still does their monthlies. Fill out your games with gold. Sub expire from the program. You would only stick with the games with the program you had installed. So, like, if you had added any to your library but not installed them, you wouldn't be able to
Like
get
if
them.
you ran out of space and uninstalled things,
Yeah.
they've just gone.
That
That's bullshit.
sucks. Your hand was in your room.
Capitalist.
Ew. The spider spray left your room and waited. Did it work?
Absolutely not.
All right, Gigi, here's your time again.
Put my mouth on it and blow?
You gotta put your mouth on the wiener and blow.
Okay. It's time. I just like how the first time you're just like, you have to blow into it. And I was like, okay.
Wow.
Wow.
I didn't take a screenshot. That's crazy.
No, no, no. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Did the wiener bring spinach artichoke dip? No, no, no.
No, that's the worst part. She didn't even get any dip out of it. Double tap it for security. That's the best way to do it. Just like like when the spray has like one of those spray nozzles that can do the long distance, and you just snipe it.
Get wrecked. Oh no.
Oh my gosh! Even our bots are besties. Look,
Oh my god, are they? Oh my, they're like entirely.
like literally, they were just in sync.
You're
Follow us.
You're gonna do your follow message. I'm gonna do my follow message.
Follow us.
Follow us. We're besties.
My mom thought I was exaggerating. Oh god, that's gross.
Undertaker, welcome in.
There's actually
Of
nothing
the
left to do here other
mosquito?
than kill.
Absolutely not.
Other than kill.
Murder.
You showed her a photo. Oh, DJ, that's so icky.
Gross.
I think we can actually leave here.
Okay.
So now we have to go back to the church. This one. Cathedral of Metyr. And then you have to go tell that man that you blew the horns. Oh, she's here now. Hi.
Excuse me, sir. I blew 2 of your horns.
Seemed very pleased, and for that,
You're
I
welcome.
express my gratitude. I am Yolan,
Yolan.
loyal to Count Ymir. The
Where?
night is yours now
This
to
lady.
wield.
You left me. I don't know where you are.
I'm right here, just
Ymir
talking
is
to
a
this
shining
lady.
star,
Yeah, but
in
I
our
wasn't there
eyes.
when you left.
the
Oh,
only
well,
star upon the
I
black canvas of the
spawned
night.
faster because I'm the host.
Our meeting with
Yeah.
the Count taught us of the star-draped sky. We know
Chose her
that we
sword
can
over her.
reach out
I mean,
to it,
look at their fucking
but
sword
we
though,
can
dude.
peer up
I
at
don't
its
blame you.
brilliance
Gigi, you have to get that sword.
and heed its
Okay.
guidance. We will
Look at
never
it.
again
It's literally
use our
glowing
name.
black. The anti sword.
Goth sword. Goth sword.
Goth sword, goth sword, goth sword.
Gibby. I have spoken far too freely.
My
Yeah,
little
yeah, we would.
footstool for my little pizzas.
This isn't who you have to talk to, by the way. This is you have to talk to this guy.
But I wanted to talk to her.
No, you definitely have to talk to her. That's not the quest.
Hi. Tumbra.
Hello there. The exalted timbre of the bells
That was
Tumbra.
exhilarating for you?
is of mine.
Tumbra.
Twice now. How very exhilarating.
You're an ill omen.
indeed. The stars are dark tonight. But rest assured, this is no ill omen.
You don't fear
On the
them?
contrary, I believe
You don't like- oh, the
this
noise, yeah.
is a
Yeah, they can be
magnificent
annoying.
Like their little
starry
flutter
cascade.
sounds?
Their little pitter patter flutters. Yeah.
Take this.
Have I told you how Sophie is an assassin with moths?
So about that, we don't need the map because we already blew the pickles. So
Oh,
anyway,
yes,
sir.
This evening.
Thanks. There's a more
Oh,
for
steady
him.
sorcery. Yes, give me your. Yes, glintstone nails. Give me that. Bleeding microcosm conjures a microcosm that pulses with a single wave, disappearing in a burst. For what? Miriam's vanishing.
Or whomst.
For hoops.
And they're so dumb, like the guy goes straight to the window.
Her tongue can be shaken.
Yeah.
Think that.
They're like, let me out, let me out.
Is there no the answer? There never was any America, and this is no matter. We
A
have
little
little
sister too. And you little
Okay,
heart.
if you've
Every young
spoken to
Nicholas
him
who
and you've done all
feels
his
bloodline was
talkies,
tainted.
I think we
working on it.
refresh.
He would feel compelled
Yeah.
in the blame.
I'm working on the talkies.
Okay.
May you join the glimmerings.
I want to change to that new spell. That melts deathbirds. Is it the Mikola incant? Because they're weak as fuck to holy.
Oh,
Holy!
2 in the morning, you won't sleep until the hellspawn is done. Yeah, that's fair.
That's how I am with spiders. Like, if I see a spider in my room and it disappears, like,
Absolutely not.
The golden
Burn
rule, yeah,
it
the
down.
Mikola. It's like golden.
Burn it down.
It's not the triple golden rings of light, obviously. It's something else. Yeah. I know which one you're talking about. The big one.
Well, now.
What now? I think we refresh, reload,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think we talk to him again because he gave us the maps, and then he's like, "Go find my pickles and then blow on them." And so now we have to be like, "Hey, we blew on your pickles."
This evening,
Sure.
Okay, or not.
may you
I
join.
can't talk to him. Maybe I need to refresh too.
Oh yeah, this evening,
Yeah, let's try it.
may you join the
Spiders are ninjas in Chile has arañas de rincón.
Rincon.
Rincón.
Is he gone yet? Oh, he's still sitting there. Why are you still sitting there, sir? I need you to move so we
No.
can go underneath your thing.
Oh yes, this
Talk
evening.
to him.
Uh-uh.
Do you
I'd
America,
talk to him.
It is them. The fingers. We all a new. May you join the...
Okay. That's the same words you said to me before.
We definitely did both, right? Like, you definitely...
Yeah.
Yeah, because, yeah, you definitely did both.
Oh, yes, is he?
Okay,
May you join...
we can refresh again? Maybe we can leave and come back? Like, he's, like, supposed
Yeah.
to not be sitting there because his throne moves.
If this doesn't reset, maybe we just go to a different grace and then come back.
Yeah, or we may even have to separate just to open the door.
Sure. Oh, nope.
Okay, he's not there. Cool.
All spiders bad.
Ugh. I hate them. Yeah, sometimes it's
serve
just
a
you just have to
very-
rest a bunch of times.
They serve a very important purpose,
Oh,
and
for
they're allowed
sure.
to do that as long as I don't see them.
And
The
they do it
second I see
outside.
them, then they've broken the truce and they must die. So sorry. Well, if they're inside my house, I'm not gonna murder a loose spider unless it's on me. Whoa.
Oh no, I won't murder it either. I just won't go anywhere near it. And refuse
I'll
to acknowledge it.
I'll murder it if it's inside my house, but if it's outside, I won't murder it. I'll be like, you're doing such a good job. Stay away from me. But if it touches me, then it must die.
Where are you, Anna? There we go. He does blood, so be careful. Okay. Or get absolutely fucked, Anna. Okay. Or get absolutely demolished on Anna.
Get
Oh,
wrecked.
I have another 200.
Runes?
Yeah, it's fine. Alright, GG.
Oh, is this
Last
another big
one.
fight? How many do I have out of curiosity? I have 138. It's fine. Let's do it.
Jumping spider, hang at the corner of my room.
Put him
Ugh.
outside. I mean, I know
Chills, I
some
just got
people
Goosebumps.
definitely prefer to do that, but I am. If they're in my house, they must die. They've broken the truce.
There's like a spider that insists on making its web right in like the door, like the archway of the walkway on our porch, our back porch, and I'm like, why? Why are you like this?
I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't like this boss either.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay.
Ooh, the music's great though. Ow.
She's definitely very bleedable because she's just a hand.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
Nice. Get her in the face.
Yep. Nope, nope. She moves fast.
She does move fast.
Okay.
That even hit me there.
Wow. It sucks that this boss is so gross because like all of the visuals around it are like delightful.
I know. She's in water, yeah. Yeah, lightning would definitely work on her, that's for sure. She seems to be doing just fine with magic and blood, though. Oh, okay. You don't want to let me get one more sheath off? That's fine.
Got him.
Something from the forest. She does look like something from the forest, doesn't she?
Like a hot dog monster.
Nice!
Got
Alright,
her.
GG. There's really not a lot of options left other than, like, the last area and the final boss.
Hmm?
Yeah? Okay, hold on. Let me think for a second. Dancing Lion, done. Rolana, done. Mesmer, done. Gaius, done. PK, done. Bale, done. Romina, done. Dancing Lion 2 is done. Metyr is done. Midra is done. So yeah, there's literally Enir-Ilim. Yep, we did Dancing Lion too. The Death by Dancing Lion we did. Yeah, so literally we have to go to the Church of the Bud. I mean, there might be... No, we did... Okay, so we did Lamenter's Jail. We did Bonnie Jail. I don't think we did the jail with the Curse Blade, but I'm not really, like, super heartbroken about that, honestly. Oh, what's our Scadu? 15. I mean, we can try it at 15.
Where is this?
Church of the Bud.
Church of the Butt.
Deathblight's the only affliction. Yeah, I've seen my mimic absolutely impaled by Deathblight.
There it is.
Okay.
I love my mimic. My mimic is way better at this game than I am.
Oh my gosh.
It's true.
All right.
Did you level up?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah, I did. Maybe you
I'm
are the mimic.
Oh my god.
Mind blown. Go touch that tree.
Okay. Burn it?
Since you burned the first one!
Might as well.
You might as well.
Burn everything!
She stopped as soon as she was like, wait, this is incorrect. I can't be caught.
When in doubt, burn a tree. That's what I've learned from this game.
Wait, did you burn?
Yeah. I have a cutscene.
Is it waiting for me? Oh, okay.
I am cutscening right now.
Okay, I didn't, because it didn't do anything for me, so I didn't know.
Oh, weird.
If it doesn't pull me, I'll have to do it too. Burn this tree! Burn this tree! Hold on a second. Hold on one second.
I'm just watching a cool cutscene and just standing here.
I know.
nothing.
No, I'm staring. I'm
It's
just
so
watching my
cool.
bestie. I'm just looking at my bestie's butt.
I mean, anytime. Sometimes you just gotta look at your bestie's butt. Oh, where am I going? Oh no.
The worst part is I don't know if I also have to do this, so I'm just waiting to see if it pulls me.
That's fair.
It pulled me! Did it? No, I'm here.
I'm loading. Did you just not get a cutscene at all?
Well, I didn't touch the tree, so...
Sure. Oh, it's taking a sweet ass time loading.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. See if it'll teleport me.
Yeah.
Skipping cutscene. Guys, Gigi burned the tree. That's what the cutscene that I didn't show you was, okay?
I burned the tree. Guess what? I burned trees. I didn't fall down. I didn't. I didn't.
Wow.
Did I almost? Yes.
You almost did, yes. You have to rest
But
here.
I didn't.
Or we're twapped. Okay. Hey, this is the final area.
We're
Gigi, our
actually-
journey is almost done.
Aw.
Aw, I'll miss you.
We'll never play games together.
We'll never see each other again.
No, we'll never, ever.
The final countdown.
Oh,
I like clutched my stomach. Walking up these steps. This whole area is really annoying. This whole area is really hard.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
It's lovely though.
It's lovely.
I rather like
Yeah, it
it.
is kind of pretty. It's very golden and like
It's
ethereal.
got a good light. Yeah, it's got a good light to
It's ethereal.
it. Ethereal.
Ethereal. Ethereal.
Oh my god, it's so ethereal. Have you ever seen anything of this ethereal before?
That's ethereal.
Wow.
Touch Grace.
Touch it.
Reach out and touch Grace. Alright, so we've got a few ways to go. Which way would you like to go?
Oh, what? Huh?
A what?
Oh, what?
A what?
What's over here?
Okay, so yeah, there's a stairway that goes that way, and then there's these stairways that go up, and then there's a hallway that leads to an elevator. Wanna go that way? Okay.
Yeah.
It's nearly midnight. Oh, good night, DJ. Get some sleepies.
Good night.
What's your favorite cereal? Controversial take here. I like Life cereal.
I like Rice Krispies.
Rice Krispies are good. I also like Honey Nut Cheerios.
I also don't
Jump.
really do
Jump. This is a
cereal
jump.
very often.
Okay.
Like cereal's fine, but I don't do a lot of breakfast. Like,
I don't
really
do a lot of breakfast during breakfast time, but I do enjoy breakfast food. Good night, DJ. Oh, yes, it's still winter for you. Honey Nut Cheerios, right? They're bomb. Pixelbot didn't answer you?
Fire.
Blueberry? Oh, fuck yeah, Oni. But those are only seasonal. Blueberry and Frankenberry. I'm being hit from behind.
Yeah, there's a man.
Yep. I'm trying to get the one up top here. But I'm being struck from behind.
This man.
Okay, that's one of them. Okay.
No. No.
Honey bunches of oats that are honestly fine. I just love cereal. Like, I love Fruity Pebbles. But more than Fruity Pebbles, I like things that are made from Fruity Pebbles or made to taste like Fruity Pebbles. Like,
I'm not.
I like the Rice Krispie treats that are Fruity Pebbles. So they're not obviously Rice Krispie treats; they're Fruity Pebbles treats. But you know what I mean.
The Fruity Pebbles.
You don't do fruities.
I'm not big on any of the fruity cereals really. Like it just tastes way too artificial to me.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. Yeah, cereal milk. There was a vape I had that was cereal milk. That was really. Oh my god, I'm dead. It was really good.
Who's this man? Uh-oh.
Couldn't stand it because as an adult it tastes fake as fuck.
I made a mistake
What?
with this man.
Oh.
It's coming to get me.
Clumps of cereal that are stuck together. Yeah, I guess so.
Oh.
Like, I've had like trail mixes or cereal things like that are like like together. I like Rice Krispie treats. I like the Rice Krispie treat cereal. Funny enough.
I just like Rice Krispies and regular Cheerios. But I'm not a big cereal person.
That's okay
But I also
though.
don't really do breakfast.
Strawberry
this is
milkshake,
okay.
Frosted Flakes, Lucky Charms. I see, but the thing about Lucky Charms is I'm not a big fan of the cereal part of Lucky Charms.
Yeah.
Like it's
marshmallows.
very bland, but also like they try to be sweet, but they're not. The cereal part tastes kind of cardboardy to me. Specifically of Lucky Charms.
Like two breakfast cereals.
No, not a big fan of the cat food. No.
Where are you?
Frosted Flakes. So, when we were there, I'll show you how to get down here because there's an ash down here. There's a staircase that goes down to the side, and I just went down. I'll come get you.
Oh, no. I know where you're talking about.
Okay.
I just didn't realize
Yeah.
there was a second staircase.
Yeah. So if you go around the tree.
Hang on, I'm murdering these flymen.
Oh, did they respawn? I think Lucky Charms work so well because the cereal is oaty and the marshmallow but it's not oaty, it's cardboardy because I like Raisin Bran. Like
I
not
like
raisin. No, not. I'm sorry. I said that backwards. Not Raisin Bran.
Oh, I do like.
I
Raisin
like
Bran.
grape nuts.
Ugh.
Yeah. So like I like the really around the tree.
Oh, okay. I, surprising nobody, do not like Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Frosted
But
Flakes.
also
I like
don't
Frosted Flakes.
Cinnamon.
Cinnamon
Didn't
Toast Crunch. I like that.
Frosted
Is you put green grapes in your Frosted Flakes?
Flakes. Ew.
I would put bananas in my cereal when I was younger. Bananas or sliced strawberries.
You're telling me that I'm eating a grapes and nuts?
Yes, that's the whole point. Is that they're the grape testicles and they're freeze dried. The cardboard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yep, same thing. I can eat the corn flakes. I can eat rice checks. I eat grape nuts. Like I'll have shredded wheat. That's not even the frosted shredded wheat sometimes, and just put a little bit, just sprinkle a little bit of sugar on it. You put a banana in there, and delicious. But yeah, there's something about specifically the Lucky Charms cereal that I'm like, it's so. Bleh. It like dries my mouth out.
I don't like corn flakes. I also don't like sugary cereals in general, I guess.
Yeah.
What a surprise. Gigi doesn't like a food. Exactly why I didn't want to say it.
Like, you're so adamant that it's not a lot of foods, but then again, here's a
It's
conversation
not.
about food.
It's not a
Like
lot of
in
food.
in the big picture of food, there's a lot of foods out there. No, it's not a lot of food, but it's every time we talk about food.
It's just because you guys like food that I don't like.
That's what I'm
That's on
saying.
you,
There's lots
not
of other
me.
foods out there.
That's
It's
not
just
my
all the
fault.
foods we're talking about.
I'm talking about food that I don't like. I like Raisin Bran.
Oh, okay. Chill, 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 chill. Oh, you're fighting that guy. Okay, I was gonna go across. Okay.
Listen, he murdered me once, so I need to avenge myself. Oh. Got it. Do I like bugs? Not to eat.
All right.
Why are
can
we talking about
cross?
bugs? Dragon Bolt Grease.
How do I get over there? Is it this way? I can't wait to fall and lose all my roads.
Oh no. Oh no. My nightmare.
Oh, it's not so bad. Okay. A lot of people eat bugs. I mean,
I don't eat them.
yeah, but not in like a serious way.
How do you survive eating only spinach artichoke dip? Listen, there's a lot of good nutrition in spinach artichoke dip. You've got your vegetables.
There's a
You've got
loot
your
right
other
there.
vegetables.
You got vegetables. You got other vegetables.
Got dairy.
There's 2 vegetables in spinach artichoke
Mhm.
dip.
Spinach and artichoke.
Spinach
guess
and
what else is
artichoke.
there?
And dip. There is
That's
iron
iron.
in spinach. That's
Mhm.
how Popeye was so strong.
It's very nutritious. You're welcome.
Just saying.
Span.
They made a whole cartoon about a dude who ate spinach and then would punch people to death.
There's spinach and artichoke and
And
spinach.
spinach, exactly. That's like
You're
so
just being
many.
silly naming things. Don't worry. I know. Ah.
Ah.
Ah. Ah.
I need to get screams in lowercase merch made. I really do.
Yeah, you really do. Ah.
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 Oh, I'm so sorry, Azarel. Are we boring you?
Wow. Wait, what happened?
Just anytime any of my friends log into Steam when I'm streaming,
Oh.
I'm always like, oh, so sorry. I'm so sorry, I'm so boring.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Ow.
You have to entertain yourself using other methods. Speaking of...
Big bitch.
Oh, no.
Hand dice. Goodness. Okay.
No
okay.
way right now. I need to heal. Come on. Oh my gosh. How did I do that?
Did you survive?
Okay, pushing the button.
Just go and play something? Wow.
I know. How dare.
Eat spinach and you too can have an arch enemy that regularly tries to kidnap your girlfriend on whomst you can carry out an attempted murder each week.
Exactly.
That's all
Isn't
anybody
isn't that the American dream?
It's the dream.
Oh no, I got skadooches. Does that mean you're one short of a skadooch? Oh no, mine's an ash. Never mind.
I have a skadooch and an ash.
We need to find your
And I
last
can level
skadooch,
up.
and I don't understand. You can level? Nice. I cannot. Oh yeah, what does Mikola have to say? Abandon here all my fears. He's so emo right now.
Wow, so emo.
He's so emo right now.
Oh my god, he's so emo. Wow.
Wow. Only 8 carrots. Look how
really-
cool he was.
His eyesight was on point.
Yeah, he probably had excellent eyesight. That's clearly not the way. This is clearly the way.
Excuse
What is
me,
this
jeepers.
architecture here?
It's creepy and I don't like it. Maybe don't. Have you considered
Maybe just like don't do that?
not? Have you considered?
Wow, look at that. Look at it. They're like holding up the world.
I don't like it.
Well, it's not your house.
That's very true.
I eat carrots and my eyes suck. Not enough carrots, apparently.
I mean, it's more of a preventative thing. If your eyes already sucked from genetics, then you were just screwed in general. Nice.
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 Wow.
Wow. Oh my gosh, is that Owen Wilson as a child?
Is it Owen Wilson as a child? Wow.
Wow.
Oh, there's something up there.
Over here.
Yes, I know that it's a myth, but it still worked out.
What, the
People eat
carrots?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. Old wives' tales are so funny because people still think that they're things. Ash.
Ish.
Nice!
Nice. Why not both?
Why not both?
Why not?
Wait, what's over... What's the thing on that set of stairs? Ah. I want to try
I'm gonna try what?
this.
Oh.
Silverhorn tender.
Silver on tender.
Silverhorn tender.
What's that?
What's
I've got a
that?
lot of them apparently. They went into my storage.
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 Storage. Oh, a ladder.
A ladder. Horned warrior ashes.
Ashes. Old ladies' tales instead of old wives' tales.
We're talking about butts.
Oh, tails. Like they shake their tail
We're talking
feathers.
butts. Shake
Shake
it.
their tail feathers. Oh, look, another ladder.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture.
Shake, 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 shake.
Everybody!
And then you just hop. Okay. Oh, there's a man. Ah. Hello. Are you a nice man? I know you're not a nice man. That was just a trick question.
Oh, you're
Chill?
literally chill. Got him.
Nice.
Do an accent that's not European. I have an American accent. That's not European. Sorry.
You got your thongies on, mate. There you go.
That's
That's
European.
Australian. No, it's not. That's Australian.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
G'day.
Good day, mate. You got your thongies on.
Arnar.
Arnar, you got your thongies on, mate.
Arnar.
Boom,
Boom
roasted.
Where'd you
An
go?
old school. I just went down those stairs right there. But I think those are where we came from. Because there was nothing down there.
We definitely-
Uh,
oh, I murdered the
like
man.
the
that was
great
in
settle
here.
for those wooden entertainment centers on casters that were so commonplace. Really? Those were interesting, to say the least. Oh yeah,
know.
that's how we ended up there. Then we went in a loop. Okay. We're back on track now.
Okay, Grease.
It's already fucked. It's fine. Just hang out.
Mm-hmm.
It's already ruined, Grace. I'm kidding. I hope you have a wonderful night and a good sleep.
Yes. Have good sleeps. Appreciate you. No, that's not it.
Nope.
That's not it.
Ah, this way? This way.
Ah.
Ah.
Excuse me.
Sorry I raised my voice, chat.
Ah.
Ah. You're Arab, but your Arab accent is terrible. Listen, I only speak one language and I don't speak it well.
If Monday through Friday didn't include a 5 a.m. I totally would, but that shit sucks. That's totally
I
fair.
know. I was totally joking though, Grace, obviously. I assume you know that though. That I was yoking around. So there's an elevator
Yoking.
behind us. What's this?
Steam also has Hogwarts Legacy for $11.99. It can get fucked.
Are you... Oh, okay. So we just throw tornadoes now.
Oh. Oh, he is on
yep,
my ass.
Yep, yep,
Okay.
yep. Okay, chill. Nice.
Get wrecked.
I felt the love in the fake harassment, and I appreciate it. Good. As long as you felt the love.
Great sword. 80% off is crazy. Yeah, because
Crazy.
nobody wants to play it.
We should see where that elevator goes, because this, I
Yeah.
think, is progressing.
Okay.
The Spanish is her first language, and if she refuses to speak it most of the time because apparently she has a hick accent and other Mexicans have to make fun of her. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can develop accents in your native tongue after a while. Yeah. The TV and the VCR in the cart. Yeah. Well, no. Sometimes it was like boring, and you would like
Right.
be struggling to stay awake. Because
What are you talking
also,
about? That's
we went to school. I keep saying like we're not all ancient here. I went to school. We went to school before there was cell phones, so we couldn't be like doing other stuff.
What are you talking about? I played the fuck out of MASH.
I mean, yeah, like that's the kind of stuff we were doing. Like I would draw and scribble and stuff.
Red Dead 2.
Red Dead 2,
for
get that one for
Senpai.
sure.
Ooh.
Okay, so this we can go up. We should be able to go up here. And this is a shortcut now, I think.
Okay.
Oh nope, that's a cruise blade. Okay, hold on.
Ow.
You want to specify television was color? Ooh. I think I'm right. I'm like right on the cusp of that. Oh, this is gold. Whatever this is.
Good night, Grace.
Ooh, a somber.
Gnarb.
Gnarb. Red like Mexicans, they speak Spanish to the equivalent of hick accent. That's what I'm saying. You can develop an accent in your native tongue. Or not develop. You can have an accent in your native tongue. Your native dialect.
You could win a color TV.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep.
I'm a little bit younger than y'all, but they were still doing that a little bit when
That's what I said. I'm like right on the cusp of that.
I
Like,
was around.
When I was watching TV as a very little girl, there was still black and white TV shows. So, like...
Listen here, Sonny.
Listen here.
Mike, we would
It's
take
been
to our
83
channel.
years.
We would 84 years. Is the meme.
Oh. Ugh, crack my neck so bad. No, that's what I was. The groan was I want to trying to crack my neck and it
Oh,
won't. And
I
it's
thought you
just
were
stiff.
annoyed with me for being anxious. I heard your Titanic reference.
And I will raise you.
You misspelled Grace. Whoops.
Craso Malice. Good night, Crace.
That's a good 1800s Continental. I know what you're talking about.
Biped. I own it, but I've never played it. Okay, so if this is... Okay, stop. I'm just gonna... We may have to do this again. And we
Okay.
may have to separate to do this, but I don't know.
Okay.
When I did this with Yaga, it was glitched. And the mimics will also fight us. So don't summon your
Oh.
mimic, because
Got it.
last time it was fucked up. This is multiple people. These are all of the NPCs that we've been doing all the side quests for throughout the thing
Mhm.
that are now basically going to turn on us because we're here to confront Mikola.
Gotcha.
Okay. So don't summon your mimic because I mean we can try it one time, but if they start
No, no,
attacking
it's
us, we have to like die and reset.
That's okay.
Okay?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been quite some time.
Because we're there to fuck shit up.
Never
Hello.
knew Nicola, was it?
Yeah.
The Erdtree
What's your
was
deal?
leading you all
This is
along,
Leda.
so that you might ascend to lordship, might come to these lands to begin with. I suppose it must be what His Eminence, or perhaps the
Am I supposed
Erdtree
to have a talk
desired all
thing?
along.
No, she's talking.
The clashing of the faithful
Oh, not to
lords,
me.
such that one
Oh,
would
she's just like
prevail.
speaking.
So be it. If you insist
I don't hear
upon
anything.
facing Mikola the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Okay. You ready?
Oh, bye. Sure. I'm gonna burn everything down.
She's talking. She's talking. She's talking.
She's succumbing.
Hold on. Hold on. She's talking. Hold on.
I'm perishing. I'm perishing.
I'm perishing. Hold on.
Hold on. Hold on.
drowning.
I'm perishing. I'm dying. I'm drowning. I'm perishing.
I love how none of chat understands what that is.
No. Well, Andy does.
Andy does. That's true. And Driver, if Driver's here. You didn't summon your allies from the golden sign. I'm pretty sure you have to do it inside. And I'm pretty sure we're only gonna have Natan.
Driver's not here. Is Driver here?
Don't
No.
you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight's Ledder, Dryleaf Dane, and our allies
I'm
will
ready.
never allow this.
Yeah. Because we're technically invading. Alright, so we have Freya. Oh fuck, we may have everybody. Okay.
I cannot hope for
Oh, it was? Okay.
this is our moment.
Oh well, it's okay.
Something to remember.
We should, like, we're only gonna have Natan, I think. Yeah, there's Horn Scent, yeah. I think we're literally gonna have everybody. Like, this might be a 5v2. That's crazy. Okay, Freya's gone. Horn Scent's coming. Here he
Oh,
is.
hello, hello,
Yep.
hello.
Ooh, get out. Oh, you hit me too!
I hit you?
Yes! Okay, we have to be really careful. Okay.
Okay. Ow.
Yeah, see?
Ah.
I didn't yet.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so it is still bugged in co-op. Alright, I'll go get her. Or I'll try to get her. You stay on him.
Ow. I'm dead.
Okay. Unfortunate.
So sorry.
Letta. Yeah.
Trevor's too good for us.
that's
He's very busy.
Fucking spin.
He's very busy all of the time.
Okay, so Natan's outside apparently. Natan's gonna be our only ally. That's gonna suck. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't know how we didn't do Horn Scent's quest. Yeah, he wasn't outside the
These-
Ramina. Yeah, no,
These
they
are just quests that we didn't do.
Freya's we did. But maybe we gave the guy the letter. Is giving the guy the letter the wrong thing to do? I don't know. Oh, no, we never found Teolia either. Or did we? I don't think we found Teolia. Oh, there? Yeah, you were right. Natan is here. Oh, this is Ansbach. Oh, so
put it
we
in yet.
did. Okay. So then, yeah, so we did Ansbach's quest right, and we did Freya's quest wrong. But that's fine.
Hello?
I know, where are you? You're not
It's
loading?
just loading. Mm-mm.
Interesting.
The horny quest? Mm-hmm. All quests are horny if you believe.
If you believe.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm gonna rest, see if that brings you back. It's gonna be tough because we're gonna hurt each other. Yeah, that's so weird that this is still bugged even a year later. Yeah, because when we did this, we summoned our mimics, and our mimics started beating the shit out of us, and we were like, whoa, 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 what?
I'm still not loading.
I rested. Let me kick you for a second.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're using the emotes, guys. That makes me so happy.
They're so cute.
I'm so obsessed. You're still not loading, huh?
Well, I'm not loading at all.
Hmm. Might have to force
Are you-
quit. Yeah, I separated. I kicked you.
You
So,
kicked me?
Yeah, you should be loading into your own world.
Yeah, no, nothing cool, amazing.
Yeah, I would just force quit real quick. And I'll reopen the world.
Do, 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 do. 3 more months? Oh, just what? Like start over? No.
Start the whole game. I mean,
Mhm.
technically, we could do New Game Plus.
I'm not gonna do that.
I knew that was happening.
I'm not gonna do that. Hello? Could you? Why is it not? Okay. Launcher. Hello?
Launch her. That's weird. My stream deck just like went pink, which isn't like fine because pink, but not fine because it's not pink. It's purple.
It's not running the launcher. What is happening right now?
Did you force quit it in Steam?
No. I'll just end task in Task Manager.
Or either that. That's fine too. Yeah, either force quit it in Steam. or-
I alt F4.
Yeah, but it's gonna still be running in
know.
Steam technically.
Apparently.
Yeah, it's dumb. I know. Modded games.
Modded games. There it goes. Okay. Reloading the game. Ba-ba-da-da. Reloading the game. Hello? Yeah, I know. I didn't end correctly. Sorry. Where's it gonna put me?
Yeah, the game's like, I know I stopped working, but you crashed. Subnautica's $10.
Get it?
Worth $10, but I have seen it for less than that. But it's worth $10.
Somebody go get it.
Some
It's
gator.
$10.
I almost want to replay Subnautica because I got no achievements because I played with crowd control.
I stopped playing because I was playing it on like a subathon thing and it got so late, so the only people that were in my chat were people that I didn't know. And they started backseating so hard.
Ooh.
And I didn't have anybody like to stop them.
Wait, what
I
was
was like,
that clip for? What did we do that was clip-worthy?
There's probably the
Flippable.
somebody come get her.
Gator.
It's $10 motherfucking dollars.
I was in there that night. I was there.
You were in
that
there?
night.
You were the one who was backseating so much. You're the reason.
Yeah, backseaters is why I never finished Skyrim. I was like, bro, let me at least try. Let me try once before you
Why do I
fucking
not
tell
have
me
my
what to do.
flask? Wait, I don't have my flask.
What do you mean you don't have your flask?
I don't know. It won't let me take my flask. Let me rest at the grave.
We can't do it yet. Oh no, yeah, you can't. We're not in we're not in there yet. I can't take my wondrous physic either, but we might be able to when we get in here.
But yeah, that's also why I never finished Red Dead 2 is because people were coming in and they were backseating super hard. It was also very early in my streaming, so I didn't have like a lot of people that were like my people in chat.
Yeah.
But
like, stop talking about that game. We're here to make out. Oh.
oh, I was good at backseating in a car. Ayo, that happened at the same time. That's hilarious. I'm also
Don't
good
you
at backseating
dare
in a car.
approach Mickey
Okay.
the kind. Needle Knight
See, now you can take your thing.
Dryleaf Dane and our
Okay,
allies
do this.
will never
I'm
allow
gonna do... Oh, I don't know. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what will work. Alright, Freya's first. She's gonna spawn. There we go. Okay. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do this and not hit you!
Let's make it
Ugh.
We just have to like nope, don't target
I
my
know.
friend.
Okay, I'll get Horn Scent. We work on Freya.
Yep,
Okay, I got horn
She
scent.
healed that.
I know
bitch.
they all will because they're NPCs.
Bitch.
Oh, I don't have any stamina. Shit.
Bitch.
Okay, I got horn scent. Okay, Ansbach is here to help us,
Struggling with her.
but he might hurt you, so ugh.
Oh, you got
Okay,
it.
all right. Dane?
Don't hurt me.
Where's Dane? There he is, okay. I'm gonna get on the other side of him. Okay, let us here. Ugh. She's the tough one. Okay, get out of the way. I'm gonna moon, and I can't help if I hit you.
It's okay.
Okay.
They got me. Great minds think dirty.
But shit. Okay.
It's just making out. That's not dirty.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do. Oh god damn it! I'm too slow. No stamina. No stamina.
It's good music. I'm mooning.
Oh yeah,
I'm
no,
mooning.
it's good. Ansbach, you gotta help me out here. They're both on my ass. Oh my god. Ansbach, please help a sister out.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is I can do this.
We can figure out how to do this without killing each other.
I know. When there's
'Cause
more
it
than
keeps-
one, it's fine, but like
It keeps moving my target to you
I
after
know.
somebody dies, and I'm like, no. Stop.
I'm waiting
it.
for you to actually do the backstab animation on me. And I'm like, but
Mm.
ultimate betrayal.
It was an accident.
Was it? I don't know. I saw you intentionally change your target to me multiple
What?
times.
No. I would never. It's stuck loading again.
I just loaded in, so hopefully.
Am I gonna have to?
The only other
force
thing is
it?
we're gonna have to do this on our own.
Hey, Michelle. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna restart my game, I guess, while I do the raid
Yeah,
stuff.
do your raid stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, friend.
You gotta ride. I have the feeling, like we might have to do this separate, which is gonna suck. Also, how come we don't have Natan either? We only have Ansbach. Oh my gosh. So, okay, so clearly, there's a few things that happened here. So we obviously did Freya's quest wrong. Because we went to Freya, we talked to Freya, we got her letter, or we got the letter from Ansbach, and then we gave the letter to Freya. So clearly that's the wrong one to do. Moore's quest, we did right. Unfortunately, as sad as it is, Moore's quest, you tell him to just continue to be sad and that life sucks. So Moore's quest we did. Tiolier, I think we somehow skipped Tiolier. Because I don't remember fighting Tiolier at in the Garden of Deep Purple. So I feel like we may have accidentally skipped Tiolier somehow. And Horn Sense, clearly we just didn't... Oh, we didn't summon Horn Scent for the Mesmer fight, which is required for his quest. So yeah, so Horn Scent we fucked up. And then Dane, we couldn't challenge Dane because of the co-op mod.
I have not seen those videos, horseman. I have not. So yeah, so I guess we really didn't get the best kind of output. So you also had more? Is that who your other person was? So I probably have Ansbach because I did Freya's quest wrong. That's my guess. The best way to do this, the speedrunner way, the speedrun strat way, is only Dane and Letta. Why? I don't know what that is. I don't want to say that. You can't twick me. So is it gonna kick her every time? Oh, but it also might be... I should try after. Because you can only have 3. So if you do co-op with 2, it'll only allow you to summon 1 person, even if you can summon 2 people. Usually, I think that's how it goes. So when we get to the other boss after this boss, the final boss, usually you can summon Ansbach and Tiolier. But I don't think we're going to be able to summon Tiolier because I think we messed his up. You just say defug, like the fuck, defug. Because that's just silly. That's just silly. Do-do-do.
Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Well, I can get my runes. Okay, let's see how this goes. We could do it.
Yeah.
I believe in us. Look how cute our outfits you guys. We got the
They're
cutest
so
outfits.
cute.
They're so cute. New friends, new friends. I like new friends.
Not to be confused with new things.
Correct. Totally different.
Totally different.
Totally different. Oh my god, it's loading so slowly.
And then it all went at once. Okay.
Yeah.
Don't you dare approach Nicola the Kind.
Oh, I will approach Nicola the Kind.
Don't you dare approach Nicola the Kind.
Never
Don't
Never
you dare.
allow this. Never. No, not my friend.
Yeah, this has been fun because this fight is apparently glitched and it is having us target each other, which, you know,
Totally
shouldn't
fun.
be
Totally
happening.
fair.
Totally great and amazing. Get wrecked, bitch. Oh, she wrecked me! Love you, Michelle. Thank you just for the work.
Alright, well, if you're dead, I'm mimicking.
Unstreamed.
Oh my god.
I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire.
What do you think the odds are that...
You son of a fuck!
Do you think...
Oh! We did it.
What?
Somehow? No way.
How? What?
What?
What just happened?
I just got her sword.
I did too.
She died somehow.
I don't understand. But is it going to consider that?
I don't know. I guess we have to
Okay.
see.
But I'm also loading?
Yeah, she's dead.
I'm stuck in loading. This fight is fucked.
How is this still bugged a year later? How have they not figured this out yet?
Do they know about it? They
I
have to.
assume that they know about it. It's been a
There's
year.
no way that they don't.
Yeah, they're all dead. Like this is it's acting like we beat the fight. She died somehow.
I have to force quit the game again.
Hold on, I'm gonna sit at this grace again. Not that I don't think it'll do anything. I didn't get any runes for it though.
You didn't get any runes?
I'm still at the same amount of runes.
Have you picked up your runes from dying?
That I didn't drop any.
Oh.
Somehow.
What? The fuck?
I have no idea. I have no
weird.
idea.
Okay, I'm not coming back. I'm gonna force close again.
Well, the good thing is we don't have to do that anymore, so you won't get stuck again.
Yeah. It'd be nice to have the runes at least.
It would be nice if I could have actually done the fight.
I wanted to win.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, I wanted to actually do the fight.
Why am I not able to open the fucking game? There it goes.
I don't even think I can use this. She just fell over. She just died, yeah.
That's so crazy.
I can't use her sword anyway. Oh, I don't have enough faith. Got to have faith, faith, faith. You gotta have faith. Oh, I love these, and I don't have the faith for those either. Those are super fun. The twin blades. Health and Steeple is a build that I want to do at one point, which I've never done. I've done the Moonlight Greatsword, or excuse me, Dark Moon Greatsword in this one, which is fun.
Dark Moon.
The Dark Moon Greatsword. The Dancer of Ranah. Ranah. Welcome back, Ray.
Hi.
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 Hi. Somebody come get her.
Okay. Now let's go pick up all of our little winnings. Maybe one of these bitches will have runes that we just randomly pick up.
That'd be nice.
I don't think so, but...
Yeah, no, just 70,000.
Oh yeah, you could use the soiled loincloth.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll wear that instead of my cute dress.
Instead of your cute dress, yeah. Well, luckily it's just the bottom half. So you could have your soiled loincloth underneath your cute dress. And nobody would know.
No one would know.
Nobody would know. How are they gonna know? How are they gonna know?
How are they gonna know? They're gonna know.
How are they gonna know?
Beep bop 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 beep bop bop bop. Wait, where are you?
I just keep going.
Oh, there's more?
Yeah.
Oh, I got distracted by looting. Banana.
Banana. Stinky.
Banana.
Soiled loincloth.
You're a soiled loincloth.
This lightly soiled loincloth of ragged cloth does little more than conceal one's nether regions. And that is
Nethers.
the entire description of that item.
You know, it does what it's supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
We're proud of it, honestly. Beep bom 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 beep
Bum bum bum.
bom bom bom
Beep bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh hey.
Righteous tarnished. That
Oh,
was
hey.
an
Yeah, that was a
astounding
great battle.
battle,
You
to be
did so
sure.
well. I guess.
Oh,
Now,
yeah,
I
we fought
suppose this
so hard.
leaves Only one. But in truth, I cannot
I mean,
calm my
astounding.
quivering.
It's definitely a definition of the word
Challenging a
astounding.
god is no small matter. Oh.
I just
Something
I just
you
don't
want to
understand
get
how that
off your
happened.
chest.
Like
Yeah,
I
it's
understand
weird.
like the
Worry.
glitch of like us loading
you,
into
wasn't
it
it?
and being
Who defeated Lord
targeting
Mo?
each other, like that was still existing last time I played, but that I've never
I
seen
bear
that
no
before where
grudge
it just
against
fucking
you.
Yeah.
His Eminence
kills
was
everybody.
felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking
Should we go back
lordship.
to
Besides,
that
what right
beginning
have I to
part where there
complain?
was all those other ways that we could
I
go, or
blame
did
the
they all kind of meet
enchantment
up?
more than anything.
I don't
Righteous
know where you're
toast.
talking about, so we can go back.
We will have our victory.
When we first got
I
here,
swear upon
Uh-huh.
my blood.
and you were like, we can go up these stairs or up these stairs where there's an elevator, or we could go to the right outside. And I was
Oh,
like, let's go
yeah,
to the
we
right
can go back
outside.
there.
Is there a purpose to it?
I mean, it kind of all goes the same place, but like
If it all goes to the same place, then it doesn't matter.
trying to remember. Like I think the only thing like that we haven't found yet is like the other piece of like the bird armor is
I don't
somewhere around here.
It's fine.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't like missing a whole area or something.
Okay. All right. Well, this is it.
This is the last fight.
GG. This is it.
Remember when you were like, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 more streams?
Well, because I didn't think that. Honestly, some of these fights were really hard for me, and I thought that they'd be really hard for us
Yeah.
too. So.
That's crazy, though.
I know.
Proud of us, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so but what I was about to say is, okay, so this is the final boss of the DLC. This is notoriously the hardest boss that a lot of people have said exists.
Great. So it's gonna be like 3 or 4 streams.
If somehow we beat this in like 3 tries, that'd be great. Not sure
Okay.
that'll be a thing, but that would be cool.
Should I use like all of my?
I
rings?
am, because I would like to be strong.
I have so many. Because I didn't do this before the other last fight.
And I know you won't care, but this is a big reveal, like lore-wise. This is a big, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
Oh my god. It's not that I don't
Okay,
care,
but
it's just
also
I
another-
haven't
another-
followed it at all.
Another point that I was trying to make is if we try this a few times and we're, like, still too weak and, like, it's just, we're getting, like, one hit, then we need to go back and we need to find some more Scadooch.
Okay. I have so many things to break.
Yeah, I just got the 1 extra level just to get it there.
I should start with the big ones.
Probably.
Why did I start with the smallest one?
Let's go do. We can too.
An unsung hero. Skadooch.
Blue Scadu, we can too. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, I still don't have enough. Hold on.
Oh my gosh.
I had like 70,000, so I had to get a lot. Gigi is the only person who can rock both bangs and antlers. Yeah, duh. Imagine me
Aw.
with like antlers on my, like instead of cat ears, just like deer antlers. That would be crazy.
I've seen those.
Really?
Yeah. They're like the 3D printed ones that you can attach to your headset. I've
Sure.
I've seen deer antlers.
That's cute.
Yeah. Salandria has them. I low-key love that
Look, you
idea.
love that idea.
I don't judge people for doing them. Like, by all means, live your life. But I personally don't like them.
It's not
Like the cat
really my
ears and the
deal.
ears and the horns and stuff.
Yeah.
Not my deal. All right.
Yeah, it's not really my deal.
Real
either.
quick, hold on. I lied. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna pee super duper quick. I'm not even gonna put a BRB up. I'm literally just gonna run.
Okay. I'm gonna go grab. Gigi pass. That's all I think. You think I what? Give G. Wait. Pass. That's all. I think she could. No pressure. Oh, I could rock the antlers on these headphones. Thanks. Sometimes you just need bangs and antlers. Comma, I think she could rock the antlers, comma, no pressure. Thank you. Punctuation is important. Banklers. Banklers. I'll show you banklers. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. But I said it. Finally. Finally what? I don't know what that means. Let's go. Jesus. Crazy.
Okay.
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 Ugh. Hold on. Let me scooch my chair back in.
Get scooched.
Okay. All right. Let's go. It's gonna be a
Whee!
cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
So do your flask before the cutscene, probably.
Traverse. Hello?
My loyal blade and champion of the festival.
Who's this lady?
Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
We marrying our brothers?
Yeah.
Gross.
Oh, this fucking soundtrack, though, dude.
It's got so good music. It's so good. Hello.
All right, let's get absolutely fucked. Yep. Yep. You did great, bestie. You did great, bestie. I can't even see right now. Oh god.
We did it.
I can't believe nobody clipped that either. Oh god. That was so funny.
That was so stupid.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I literally saw him go up into the sky. I turned my camera around so I could see where he was landing, and then I saw Gigi's entire health bar just turn yellow.
Yep. Yep. That's what happened. That's what happened. I was like, what's happening?
Oh
What's
my
happening?
god.
Where are we going?
Oh, that was funny as fuck.
Oh, put my runes outside of the door. That's so
Oh, because you got fucked that hard. They're not
Yeah.
supposed to be outside the door.
I got fucked so hard that it didn't recognize that I was even in the battle. I got fucked so hard that it was like, Bestie, you died outside.
That's supposed to happen. Oh god. Oh, shit was funny. Oh yeah, he doesn't wait now. He's gonna immediately fuck you as soon as you get in here now. Just an FYI. Yep.
Cool, cool, cool.
General Radahn.
Are you sure about this, Gigi? No, I'm not. I'm not sure about anything. Okay. I made a mistake. I'm dead.
Okay.
I was like, I can take the time to bring out my mimic. No, I can't.
Oh, honey.
I know. I'm sorry. I was trying something. It didn't go well. Oh, honey.
I tried
Let's
to tell
see
you,
if
he
it-
fucks you immediately when you get in here. Like,
Yeah. He did the thing, and I was like, I can just run away and do this real quick. Nope. Is the game gonna be a dick to me again?
Pixelbot talking shit. Listen, Pixelbot, it's gonna be the robot revolution soon. You'll learn.
Okay, don't worry. It recognized that I fought that last time.
That's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that
My
time you
runes
didn't
are-
immediately, you know, receive Radahn up your anus.
Oh.
Yeah, I said it.
God damn it. Could you leave me alone? I can't even see you. Okay.
I want to watch that so bad. I need to get it. You need to get it from my side too.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have stamina. I don't have any stamina. Oh my god.
This guy sucks. It might be too far back at this point, but we'll see. Although, no, you can do the rewind thing as a sub. Oh, he just sucked you in, didn't he?
You done suck me off.
You think that I would remember any of the things that I'm watching right now? I'm not gonna remember any of them. You got turbo, baby. Hell yeah.
We're doing great. We're making such progress. You know that trend of where the first one's always been the best one?
Uh-huh. Listen, sometimes it has to be different. But sometimes it's just different.
No, I feel like the first one might be our best one because I
The
actually
one
hit
where
him
I
a couple
died-
times.
The
Yes,
one where I
yes,
died
because
before
I actually hit him a
even
couple times.
registered that I was in the room?
Yes, that one because I actually managed to hit him.
No, you did. You hit him that time. He had a lot of damage done. Let's look at this fucking clip.
Oh yeah, I want to see it too. Hold on.
Well, that's good. That's a good clip. That's a good clip.
I didn't even hear you scream. Discord like cut it.
Oh yeah, no, I. Amazing. I'm so happy. Good get, yeah. Yeah. That one's going on fucking TikTok. watch your point of view. And ow! I just got fucking yeeted.
You did great, Bestie. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that's what you named it. Thank you.
I don't have my sword out! What the fuck is happening right now?
Okay. No. Okay, well, I've at least frosted him.
I survived longer than the previous times. Oh my god, let's look at your POV. Oh, that's good. That's good shit.
I love that you did great, Bestie.
She said, no dessert, not no sword. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I misinterpreted what you said. I always thought a sword was a dessert. How the fuck did my sword get unequipped?
I don't know.
This keeps fucking happening to me, man.
Like, you're not like panic touching stuff, right? Like,
not any more than usual.
true.
Run away. No. Okay, well, at least I didn't die.
Oh Lord, he coming.
Oh, Lord. Okay. I have to be up in his asshole because I need a sword. I stabbed him in the ghoulies! I stabbed him in the ghoulies!
He didn't like that.
No, he did not.
Okay, chill. I've been waiting weeks for you guys to use them as well.
Okay, well, I hit him. I hit him a couple of times. I did it.
You did it.
I mean, I'm dead, but I did hit
No,
him.
you
a few
did it.
times.
You did so good. Oh, fuck. The swipe does the... Okay. I forgot that the cross swipe does that AoE rock. Guys, do you love them? Like, I have been so excited for weeks.
I love your new emotes. They're so cute.
I love them. I know it's so cheesy to be as obsessed as I am, but I fucking can't help it. I love them so much.
It's not cheesy. You worked really hard for those emotes. You worked really hard for them. You had good ideas.
I did. Thank you.
Well, Pinkle Terry, Pinkle Terry, Pinkle Terry, Pinkle Terry, Pinkle Terry. Pinkle Terry.
Yeah, because it's a better TTV emote now.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's almost over.
We got it.
Oh, come on. I've been dodging that the whole time.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you.
Wow, sure.
But those remains
The pleasure.
Lord Mo.
my
Nice
my
done.
mimic's just like, oh shit. My mimic's just like throwing pots at him.
Okay, so I hate to even say these words, but this is where it gets hard.
Oh, cool. Now is when it gets
Now
hard.
is when it gets hard. Yeah.
Sure.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned.
Wear some shoes.
Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order. If you have known sin, if you grieve for this world, then yield the path forward to us. To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Get out of the circle, get out of the circle.
Cool. That's a problem.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm trying to get up to him, so I'm trying.
You're good. Okay. Great.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Dead.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
Dun. Well, I was able to, getting my mimic out helped a lot because she was throwing fucking pots at that bitch. And I had big ones.
Big pots.
Big pots that have just been sitting in my inventory for forever.
Are we going on a journey, little hobbits?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Constantly. You gotta go? Okay, bye.
Yeah, you overstayed your welcome.
Yeah. Keep it real, fam. Oh. Oh, there goes my mimic. She did her best.
That was mine. Or unless both of ours went. No, that was mine. Yours is alive still.
Oh, no, she's still there.
I see yours. Nice stun. Okay.
Ah, tits. Okay.
Ready?
I'm dead, so.
Oh, fuck. When did that happen?
Oh, a while ago.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, you're good.
Why did I stop running and turn towards him?
Yeah, no, he did like a swiping thing, and I didn't realize that it wasn't the blades that would get me, it was the ground that would get me.
Yeah, so he does a cross, he goes cross,
It
and then he does
wasn't a
two
cross.
hands.
it was like a down on the ground and then a swoop up. And so
Oh.
I dodged the swoop, but the ground.
Ground.
The ground. The ground garnt me.
The ground.
Yar.
I'm sorry, the ground got you.
The fucking ground.
It's really disrespectful of the ground.
Honestly, it's so rude.
I might try to save my mimic for phase 2.
Yeah. Ow. Fucking yeeted.
Fuck you! Why?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm dead.
okay.
Because he just hyper-focused me for some reason.
Let's go!
You got it, Gigi!
Oops, I got him in the ghoulies. Oh, nope, I'm dead.
You did great, bestie.
Listen, I just wanted to stab him a few times, and I did, so that means that I'm a winner.
I mean,
I
nothing
can't.
beats the very first one when I'm like, alright, let's get fucked, and you're just immediately fucked.
Immediately. Like, listen, you know, we had already decided that's what was gonna happen, so why waste time?
I know, but usually our first run's our best run.
Yeah.
Even when I'm like, this is really hard.
Turns out I am bad. A wiener.
You're not bad. You're just moody.
Wow, okay.
Am I wrong?
But, I mean, yes, but that has nothing to do with the situation.
That's why you think you're bad, because you're like, "Ugh, I'm bad. Or maybe you
I'm
think you're
so
bad. Like,
bad.
bitch, I'm bad.
Bitch, I'm bad as fuck.
Bitch, I'm bad. I'm bad. I'm really, really. I'm stuck on this road. Okay. Ah.
Okay, okay,
General
okay.
Radahn. A pleasure
I'm just gonna keep throwing the moon at him as long as I can. I just need to give him a freeze so he takes more damage.
Stop! Why?
Okay, he's
Why? Why are you
frozen.
so obsessed with me?
Oh, he sucked me off without asking. Oh, yeah, he slammed you on the ground.
He hard focused me. Like, holy shit.
Oh, that one I think you have to dodge to the side. So swipe, swipe. Back and forth, I think. I think you gotta go side to side like Ariana Grande. Side to side like Ariana Grande.
Side to side.
Side to side. Side to side. Hi, Sarah. Welcome in. Welcome back.
Hi.
Oh, that's one I didn't get a laughing emoji. Emoji? Emote.
Emote.
Emoji. I failed. I have failed. I guess I have to start all over again with my emotes because I failed.
Oh my god.
I didn't get a lol. Now you guys have to use other emotes. Who are you going for? You? Oh, me. Okay, well. That sucks because I was definitely in the moon.
pleasure to see you.
Oh, you can dodge into that. Okay. Oh, well, not that one. Damn. So on the swipe, dodge into him.
Yeah, sure. I just need to, like...
No, Gigi, he is the hardest. Like, people who are way better than us at this game have said that he's hard. He's the hardest boss. He's so... They actually had to tweak him to make him less difficult. Another mage build. Yay! What's up, Duke?
Hello.
I love magic, except for against Radahn, apparently. Oh, shoot.
stop! I'm already dead!
I'm already dead!
See, this fight is going about as well as it does for everybody. Ferret,
Yep.
you should have seen the first attempt.
Oh my gosh. You have to watch both perspectives, though, of the first
my
attempt.
God.
Glad to see another. Yes, my favorite build is not this one, but this one's very similar to my favorite build. I have like an entirely ice build, so it's like Glintstone Ice Crag, Dark Moon, Adula's Moonblade. My favorite build is an Ice Mage build. I love it.
Blue Blade.
Adula Moonblade.
Blue Blade.
Well, welcome in, Duke. How you doing? Okay, you ready? I'm gonna throw the moon at him again. If I can time it right, he can't touch me.
Throw the moon at him. He's
I was like, why are you stalling?
addict.
Oh, he went after you.
Don't stomp me. Don't stomp. Don't.
With the giant hammer. Lol. Yeah, I can imagine that won't be very effective.
Me? No.
Nope, me.
All of us. You're kind of all together. Oh. No. Don't. I'm baby. Okay. Michael Blue Blade. Well, my life was fun while it lasted. Run away!
Oh,
Jeepers.
I hate phase 2 because I just can't, like, my eyes can't see everything.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. We got this. We got this. We don't go blue. You got this. I don't go blue.
No. I definitely don't have this.
You've done it before, which means you got this.
I've only done it twice before, and it was very difficult both times.
That's more than none times.
It's just very difficult.
It's very hard.
It's easy peasy lemon difficult.
difficult, lemon difficult.
No, them is difficult. Are you? Get out of my. Get. Okay, it's all you. You got this.
Okay. Don't worry, guys.
No, run to. Okay.
Try to
Run to
dodge
the side on those.
Yeah.
Pick a direction and run to the side. Yeah. I couldn't even say it fast enough.
It's okay. Hey, you know what? As
Hey,
long
get-
as I continually last longer than the first one, good.
I was trying to say you're about to get struck by a vehicle. But I didn't
You're
have
about to
time
get
to say you're about to get struck by a vehicle. So I went with a concerned moan.
Oh no. Okay. You managed to dodge that one at least.
Alexa, stop. What sucked me off its roof? Oh my god, I timed that wrong. Fuck. Yep. Oh! If I had timed that, I wouldn't have gotten to it.
Okay.
Yep, nice. Stay in. Yep. Yep, stay in his loins. Yep, nice. He's on the block for a second. I'm not gonna backseat, sorry.
No, you're good. You're totally good. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
No, he's
He's so big that the safest place is literally like in him.
In his
Yeah.
paint.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Mage build versus this guy. It's tough. It's turbo difficult rather than normal difficult. It's
Yeah.
tough. It's tough to use magic against a very large, strong man. Yeah.
and I'm scared of being in his gooch.
You gotta be in his
But
gooch.
I
Yeah.
gotta be in his gooch. Should I switch back to the Bloodblade? Or to
It might be faster, but
Yeah.
the Great Katana is going to be doing more poise damage, so there's more chance
Sure.
to stun him.
Okay.
So really, it's up to you. It's do you want to get more hits in quicker succession, or do you want to do more chunks of damage when you get a chance to hit him?
I'm gonna swap. I'm gonna try swapping and see how it goes.
Okay. We can experiment with lots of stuff. And like I said, if it gets too late tonight and we need to start with a different, we can go around and I'll look on the map and we'll get all the Scadu fragments and get our Scadu a little higher. I mean, I think we're at 15, which the max is 20, so.
Mm-hmm.
May I make a suggestion? I'm open to hear your suggestion, but don't be offended if I don't take it.
Right.
Oh, I thought he was going for you, and I did not even try.
He did.
General Radahn.
Hello.
23 Skidoo. Blue Skidoo. We can too.
But those remains
23 good parade. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I already feel like I'm contributing more with this. Well, until then. Until that exact moment when I
Until
said
then,
I'm
yeah.
contributing more. Yeah. Okay, I think swapping to the blood was better.
That was just bad timing on my part. No. I'm not gonna be able to get up. Oh, I don't know if I did that. Oh my god.
Oh no.
Still healing. Aggro juggle. You're long range. I think all my spells are long range anyway, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, now this is just, it's tough for me because I literally just can't see everything that's going on. Out of here, I'm not gonna make it. I think I need to untarget him when I'm trying to run out of that circle.
Yeah, it's
I
like
think
with,
that's what the problem is.
Melania. When we second phase Melania, when we had to untarget
Yeah.
to run away.
Fuck. Oh!
Yeah, hell yeah.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Ah. We almost got him to half health, and by we I mean you.
It's because I happen to know I know how to dodge most of his stuff. It's just, can I execute how to dodge most of his stuff?
Right.
No, I can't.
My strategy is panic.
You're doing great at that.
Thank you.
You're doing
I'm
so
super
great at
skilled.
panicking.
I'm so skilled at that. They say to stick with your strengths, and that's my big strength.
Yeah. You know, and we're doing this. I just want to point out to everybody in chat, we're doing this with like next to no armor.
But we look cute.
But we look cute.
And that's all that matters. I have my priorities. No. Okay, I understand. Focus elsewhere! Don't.
Alright, if I can just get a frost proc on him, that'd
He's
be great.
glowing.
Just one more, maybe?
Don't stop! Look at somebody else for a change!
I've been chucking moons at him. He's not interested in me.
No, he only wants my ass.
Okay, there's a frost.
Jesus Christ. Here, get bleeded on.
Come here.
Oh. Stop! I don't like it. Okay. Listen, I couldn't. He was on my ass.
Oh, I don't know who that was moving towards.
Well, I made it to phase 2 once.
Oh, fuck you! I'm like 70 miles away! That's how.
If he likes those horns I'm wearing, he should. They're very cute.
Okay, so definitely untarget during that. That's definitely the key. That's definitely the key. What is in my... I'm pretty sure my... 3 hours later... Oh, that... Shh. You think this is... You think... You, when I said 3 more weeks, you thought I meant until we beat, like, the whole game. I meant on this guy. I meant on this guy.
That's so fair. Okay.
I know people who did just several streams of this guy in a row. Which does not bode well for us.
No. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be perfect and fine. This time for sure.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Morris will have them.
He is on your ass. Oh, now it's mine. Now it's mine.
Damn, what's Ansbach's Scadu fragments? He's tanking.
Good, someone's got you. It's not me. No, stop. I need to heal. Oh, okay. He can just fucking beat himself across the whole field,
Yep.
can't he?
Yes, he can. Okay.
Hey, I made it to phase 2!
Alright, you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Untarget his ass and run.
No, not me! Not me! Not Gigi! No.
Okay, I'm coming. Trying to draw some aggro. Oh, I just got the residual lasers on that guy, I guess. Oh my god, I'm so fucked. Yep, I was way against that wall. Damn.
Well, my mimic's here. She'll throw some pots at him. Oh, nope. Now it's my turn. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure, why not? Why the fuck not? no! Shit! I was still in the animation. I was trying to dodge.
The animation, yeah.
The animation.
Yeah. Not the animation.
Everyone knows the animation.
Not the animation.
Not the animation. Okay.
Okay.
We got this. I made it to phase 2. You
Mhm.
guys, I did it.
Mhm. That's called improvement, baby.
Baby.
Mm-mm. It was a gummy.
Okay. Don't.
General Radahn,
Please
let
wait.
it fall. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have
Just get it. Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh, neither of us got that. Okay, cool.
Nope. Yep, we were all up to juice, but not juiced enough, apparently. Oh, fuck.
Ready?
Look, let's go. Yeah. On target, run. Me.
Oh my god. I'm so yep. I had a sliver.
Oh,
There's
no.
no way I was gonna be able to do that.
Fuck. Oh, shit. Did you forget that I existed?
Nope, he's doing a move. Don't let him hug you.
Okay. Okay. Well, there goes my mimic. It's so good.
That's the hug. Good job. You're good. You're good.
Stay away.
Get out. Get out.
No. Yeah. That's so fair. Panic.
Sometimes panic works. Other times it does not.
Sometimes it does.
Yeah.
No. I'm doing my best.
You're doing good. That was a good one. You did it good. You did a lot of dodging, which is hard to do.
Mostly dodging.
It's all you pretty much can do in this fight, to be honest. Unless you're like a god at parrying, which I am not.
Well, certainly not with this build. Oh, you put it on a timer?
Oh yeah. When we strum together.
Okay. Okay, stop eating me across the land.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his deeds.
Just panic. Panicking. No.
Frost.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, and a stun. Damn. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I didn't
Okay.
realize until
I didn't see it.
Hell yeah.
I think we both hit him at the
blood
same time. That was a big
seems
one.
to be doing well.
Okay,
The
you
blood
ready?
seems to be helpful.
Yeah, he bleeds. That's for sure.
He bleed.
He bleeds. Oh, he changed it up.
Ah,
Yeah, he changed it.
I wasn't prepared.
That was a fucking cheap shot, Radahn. Yeah, now you're doing it. Now that I'm in the moon, that's cool. Yep.
I'm upset.
That was disrespectful.
How dare? How absolute fucking dare?
That
you.
was disrespectful.
It was honestly rude. It was the rudest thing that's ever happened to me.
As soon as I like untargeted and I kind of spun my camera around to look at him, I was like, why isn't he like lifting up?
Yeah, I just like ran because I figured it's probably better if we like split up to run.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm just gonna go this way, and I just didn't even look at him. And then all of a sudden, I was fucking dead.
See, he did a different move in the beginning as well.
Yeah. No. Back to that though. Oh no, you're all up in my business, aren't you?
Yep.
But those remains do not belong to you.
Don't stop. Don't.
He's not interested in me.
No, I. Being a little bitch this time. Well, that time didn't count.
Well,
That time wasn't real.
that's just practice.
It's just practice. Ugh. That was so stupid. It was just directly upon my ass. The
I don't.
entire
Yeah, he did not. He was not. I was chucking the moon at him, and he was not interested. He wanted nothing to do with me.
There have been so many times where this man has been directly upon my ass. Absolutely not. I did not give my consent.
Happened.
Not dodge that well that time.
A blessing to you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mold will have his dignity.
See, I'm able to draw him away from you, but you can't draw him away from me. Ow. No, 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 no. Ah, hit. Whew.
Ready?
Yep.
Wait for him to raise. He's not raising. He's not raising. Okay.
Yep.
There he goes. There he goes. Oh, he just changed targets to me at the last second. That's great. Thank you for that.
is on the way, dude. Ow. Okay. I say help in the most loose of terms. Whoa, I could not follow that attack at all.
Yeah, the clone attack is very hard.
There goes my mimic.
That
Oh, fuck. Shit,
Circle.
shit. Yeah. Let's focus on him.
okay, yeah, wait, don't waste. He's doing the hug.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I think that's the most we've done damage-wise to him.
That
so
one,
far.
yeah, that one wasn't bad.
That one was going good. So he's unhurtable when he is in the hug motion.
Yes.
Okay. I had like 3 health potions left.
I think I had 2, so yeah.
It's going rough, but we got it.
You're making progress though, so that's something.
We are, you know, we're doing good.
Are you gonna double that to me? Okay, cool.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Shit. Just timed both of those wrong. Oh, that was me. I really didn't think it was me.
Okay. Amazing. Awesome. That one did not count. That one is not a real attempt. That one was fake.
That one
That
was
was a
not
lie.
real.
Wipe that from your brains, chat. That didn't happen.
I don't think Rolana's twin moon. Hold on, come back over here. I don't think Rolana's twin moons is helping me at all.
Okay. This guy's like, okay.
Yeah, like he's just like, what are you trying to do right now?
We're just gonna fucking take a nap? Right now?
Where is it? Oh, here it is. Try that one. Oh, nope, come back. And then we'll do. Fuck. All right, we'll do this one. All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Moon.
Moon.
Ah! My moon missed.
Nope.
Ah!
Okay. Weren't even looking at me, but sure, that's
Okay.
Did
Okay.
it get harder in the last 2 attempts?
Yeah, the
Seems
difficulty I
like-
think just went up.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Alright, I'm gonna pee one more time before the next one.
Okay, I'm gonna grab some fruit snacks real quick.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Breaky, little breaky, guys.
But just like super fast. Okay, I have returned. I have fruit snacks, guys. Don't worry. I was like, I'm gonna need a lot of fruit snacks.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, I just got back. I have fruit snacks.
Fruit snacks.
Fruit snacks.
Fruit snacks. Excuse me.
Police, stop police.
Stop, it's the police.
Where's the police? Okay.
Well, we know that that fucking spell doesn't do anything. I was hoping it would do poise damage, but doesn't look like it. I did all of the things today. Isn't that crazy?
And do jack shit.
Well, Gigi doesn't eat dinner till after stream, so we know that.
That's true.
General Radahn.
What? Why me again? I didn't even stand up yet.
Flames do not belong
That's not fair. Yeah, I'm dead. I didn't even get to stand up from the double whammy there. Into it. Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
go into it. Oh yeah.
I was in the.
I know. I saw. I saw.
Like, well, this is it. This is how I die.
That's also partially for me. That's also partially for like reminding myself how to dodge those attacks and stuff. It's not always. It's not always all about you, Gigi.
No, it is.
Okay. Okay. Fair. Fair. Fair and true, bestie. Fair and true.
Something that we need to remember.
Fair and true, bestie. Fair and true.
So true. Oh my god.
So true. Oh, Horseman, you are here. You Horseman, you just said go piss girl. What do you think of Icarus?
Icarus,
Icarus.
does it fly far?
Oh,
Okay.
what is that?
Prince?
Why is that the first attack?
those remains do
It's
not
hard to script
I
him.
mean,
Lord
I'm not. No. I didn't even have my health potion selected. Stop it. Look at somebody else.
He doesn't want me. Well, now he does. Yep.
Ow.
I like it. I love it. It's my favorite.
Yeah. It's my favorite survival craft, I guess I should clarify.
Survival
Nice
craft.
dodging, nice dodging.
Okay.
That was good dodging until it wasn't.
Thank you.
Good dodging until it was bad dodging.
It's like your timing gets off once and then you're just fucked.
Yeah, that's really what happens.
Because he does so many attacks in a row.
Yeah, and we have very little armor on.
I don't know what you're talking
I know,
about.
I'm just saying. Our dresses are just, they attract damage.
Because they're so cute.
Because they're so cute, yeah. And because they're red and like he's like got like the bull horns, you know?
Oop, that didn't work out well for me.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his dignity.
I'm trying. I was hitting. What the fuck? Okay, well. I was right in his face hitting him. I don't know what the fuck. Nice bleed, nice bleed. Tell me when you're ready.
Yeah, sure. I was still in the middle of an animation. Run! No, why did you fucking jump, you stupid whore? Okay, sure. That makes sense. No, don't though. But how about if you didn't? Hi. Sure. Yeah, that all makes sense. Okay.
Nice. Excellent job.
That's it. Oh,
Get out. Get out of there. Yep.
Yep. Stomp it.
Okay. You did good.
I did something.
No, you did good. Those were excellent dodges.
Until they weren't.
No, those were good dodges. His shit is hard to dodge.
Yeah. Ugh. He's a dick.
He's a dick.
I don't like this man, derogatory.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't like him.
I don't like his stupid face. I don't like his stupid attacks.
Yeah, same, Bessie, same.
Ugh. I don't like he's apparently gonna marry his sister. Ew.
Well, that's a boy, actually.
Wait, what?
That's Mikola. It's a boy. It's Melania's
I wasn't
twin.
paying attention.
It's Melania's twin brother. Remember I said she's cursed with rot and he's cursed with, like, eternal childhood?
But those remains
That's
do
right.
not
Oh,
belong
don't. Okay.
Thank you for the follow. Very nice name.
Andy.
Oh, come on. The ass crack at dawn.
Yes, crack. Have good sleeps. I appreciate you. See you on Monday. For some
Monday.
gold- Monday.
Mandy.
Ugh. Hello? Hello. There we go. Like my controller isn't doing anything. Are you changing up your spells again?
No, I'm just resetting my bubble.
Your buble.
My buble. Good night, Andy.
Gnarp. Let me in. Okay. Oh, hello. 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 Hello.
How does that one take me out of the moon? I don't understand.
How's it going, sir? How you living? Ah, the fucking... Ah. Okay. I'm good. Great. Monday, Monday. La 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 la.
Dude.
Dude. Bro.
Yeah.
This guy's
Blessies.
sucks. Blessies. Okay.
Okay.
This is gonna be the one. This is gonna be the one.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yep.
This one right now.
This is the one. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. After like, what, it has it been an hour and a half?
I just think he's doing too much.
Oh my god, he's doing so much.
Yeah, he's doing the most.
He needs to fucking calm down. He needs to chill the fuck out.
He's really annoying.
Like, imagine. Okay. Okay. Wasn't letting me target him for some reason?
General Radahn,
Sure. Amazing.
pleasure to see you.
Fantastic. Oh, so good. Amazing.
Remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have it.
Shoot, I was too late on the dodge.
This bitch. Am I right?
Am I right or am I right?
See, I'm getting worse.
I mean, it is getting late. Like, I feel like that happens. Come on, please. I just need to get far enough away to heal. I'm not gonna really heal. Very cool, dudes. Very cool.
But why are your swords so big? Like, I
He's
need
very
to calm
large.
down.
What do you mean?
He needs to fucking calm down.
He does need to calm down. He needs to get out of my face. Yeah.
As he stabs you in the face.
Here. Oh, I didn't realize you were dead.
Oh yeah, no, I've been dead for a very long time.
Ellie. Go lay down.
Like I said, I'm getting worse. It's fine.
Yeah, he's
He's a
really
dick.
difficult. I tried to
Uh-huh.
tell you.
I know. I have an overinflated sense of belief in us as a team.
I wish that I wit. Oh, you went in first. No. All the tactics. All the tactics now.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'm just gonna throw a few extra moons now, in the hopes that it does something to him.
Oh, you died. Okay.
Yeah.
Lord Moog will handle.
What? What's the double? Bruh.
Bruh. I think the issue that I'm having is that my instinct is to dodge backwards
Yeah.
every time.
That's a really hard habit to get out of. Because you're like, dodge to avoid, and like your brain is not like, oh, avoiding is getting like in his fucking grill.
Yeah. In his gooch.
In his gooch.
Gooch grill.
Grill gooch.
Mm-hmm.
Let
Girl.
me see. Is there
gooch?
any other spells? Like, I don't think there's any other spells that'll do anything else. Memory spell. Alright, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's just use stuff we're gonna use so we're not cycling through. I don't think anything else. I mean, we'll just for shits and giggles, we'll try Great Blade as well. Okay.
Grab blade.
Great Blade, blank, blank.
Grab blade. Grab blab 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 blab.
Glub, glub. That, yep, exactly!
Boo.
Too slow to dodge on that one.
In,
Back, forward.
dodge,
In, out.
out.
Yep. That was a Melania,
dodge,
yeah.
Run, dodge, in.
Ooh!
Oh.
Got him, I got him!
Yeah! Get the fuck!
Alright, ready? Get ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Oh wow, we're far away. I was far away! Oh, was it because I did the thing?
Oh, it's because you did the thing. No!
Nice!
Go.
Oh, he got it!
My mimic got it. My mimic got it. Yes, focus on them. Focus on them, not on me. Never seen me a day in your life. Oh no, there. Oh no. Don't hurt my mimic. She was doing so well.
Nice.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Oh, I don't have any stamina.
Okay, don't get greedy. Yeah, get out. Oh, nice. Oh,
I have no
okay.
stamina.
That's okay.
Oh, no.
Right, on target and run. Yep.
Ah, fuck. Stop it.
Okay.
Stop it.
Good job.
Stop it.
Oh. That was good, Gigi. That was a good one. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to jinx it, but I really thought you were going to do it.
I was really hoping. Once my mimic was taken out, though, I was like, oh shit. Now I actually have to do
That was
things.
so freaking. She did a really good job. I really thought she was gonna take it. I thought she was gonna get like a big blood proc or something, and she was
I
gonna
was
take
really
it.
hoping. I just needed like a second to like have enough stamina to
Mm-hmm.
do the blood. Just do the same thing. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
General
starting out.
Radahn, a pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have
Focus on get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Trying. Nope, didn't get it.
Yeah, we were both a little too far away. Yep. Okay, he threw all of the asteroid beltage. Fuck.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Try to dodge that.
Second layer. Mimic. Oh, no! No, why are you coming to me? Oh, you weren't looking at me at all until that exact second when I was in the middle of my mimic animation. Oh, what a dick.
It's so risky being close to him to dodge, but it's the safest place. Well, easiest place to dodge, I guess. Not safest.
Yeah. This is the one. This is the time.
You did so good the one before last.
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not
You
mad
fucked
at
it up.
you. It's this guy. This guy is so hard.
I don't know why that shocks me every time.
General Radahn. A pleasure
Maybe
to
I'm
see
just
you.
easily startled.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have
Or don't. Fuck. Stop! Stop! Stop!
He's already dead. Nice. Get him, get him, get him.
I'm in.
Nice.
Get fucked.
Good job. Nice. All right.
Yep. Let's go.
All right. You're gonna do the thing. You're not gonna do the thing. You are. Okay.
Oh no, not me. Not me. Not Gigi. Okay. Okay. He wasn't targeting me that whole time.
All right. Giant fucking huge ass AOE.
Ridiculous. Because it's got the swipe and then the burst beyond it.
I know.
Which is
I know. I know.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Ugh. Ugh. Okay, we got this. This is the one. This is the time.
Ellie, go lay down.
Ele.
Your blanket. There you go. Okay. Get in, throw the moon. Slam. Yep, I know. He likes the big slams. Yep, nice.
Look at me.
Pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord will have his
Okay. I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah. Woo. Okay, well. Okay. It's going great. It's going great. The attempts are going great. We may have to get more Scadu next week. Temporarily boosts holy damage negation. That's crazy. Hi, Dave. Welcome in. How are you? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Looking good. Thanks. I'm glad you like them. I'm glad you like them. I've been very excited for them, as you know.
What? You didn't get it without?
No, I didn't. I died immediately.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry. I was like, I'm just gonna go right now. She's gonna go for a little
It's fine.
while
It's
longer.
all good.
Hi, Dave.
They look great. Thank you. I'm very happy with how they turned out.
They're fantastic. No. Not me.
No, not Gigi.
Not me. Not Gigi.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Nice, 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 nice. Nice. Good job. Good job. Big bleed.
I just fucking bled on him until he died. Oh, where's?
Oh, you're
where's-
way far away. Oh, because you did the animation. Nice. You got lucky there. You got lucky that you didn't get the big old hug right off the get. Ooh. Okay.
No, 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 no.
There you go. Nice. Good job.
Just keep running.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
no.
He closes the gap real quick.
I hate it a lot.
Oh no. Okay. You cannot get hugged a second time. It's an instant death, no matter how much health you have.
Okay. Oh, hello.
Ooh, lucky.
Okay, just fight that guy for a little bit. Focus on him. Well, you're too far away. Oh. Okay.
Okay, your mimic is hugged. You can't do anything like that.
You're right. Okay, my mimic is dead.
Yep, it's okay.
Yep. Totally focus. Everything's great. Focus over there. Oh no.
It's okay. You're at the edge. You're at the edge. Oh.
Shit. I'm in his ass!
That was so. That was so good. That last one is so hard to dodge. That was so good.
I couldn't see it at all. 'Cause
I know, that was-
all I had was
that
his
was
fucking
so
ass in
good,
my
though.
camera.
That was good.
Ugh.
That last one is it's an explosion. It's hard to dodge. You did
Yeah.
excellent.
Thank you.
All right, I say last attempt unless it's instant.
Yeah. I agree. Hitting the point of diminishing returns.
Yeah, it's getting to be 1 o'clock, so.
I should probably
General Radahn,
Oh, come on.
after all this time, but those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his degree.
Okay. Sure. Ow. One battle after another? Ha! You switch targets, you bitch! Okay.
Oh, come on. Got a battle right now, though. All right, let's do one more.
No, one more. I want to. We'll quit after we get one with the second phase. How about
Yeah.
that?
Okay. How was
feel like
it?
if we
Did you
don't
enjoy
get
it, Dave?
Phase, it's too bullshit.
Yeah. Exactly.
Hey, Cormac. How's it going? Welcome to failure.
Failure hours.
Oh boy. All right. Let's go. Let's do it. Wah. Don't look at me. Why isn't he doing the thing? Okay.
Okay, he fucked me off, but
Forgot
I'm
he did
But those remains do not belong.
did something different. That's not allowed.
Hey, Cormac.
What? Oh, because he sucked you off. Yeah. Oh, get him.
That was too slow.
Dick. Oh,
That was a big one there.
okay.
What are you doing? Okay, please unmute.
On me. Hello?
Oh,
Heal?
come on.
I've been healing. Fucking Christ.
4 out of 4 jalapenos, very nice. Right your wavelength? Long moving.
What is it?
One battle after another.
Yep. Oh, what is it?
I don't know, it's a
Okay.
movie.
Okay.
I don't know what it's about, though.
Is it like a... Well, that's some date. Is that an action movie? Is it a comedy? Okay.
She just took that to the face.
I'm super... Okay. Okay.
Alright, that was a phase 2. That was almost
Yeah.
halfway. I think that's a good
Yeah.
attempt.
That's a good place to stop.
Yeah, because we're getting toasted at this point.
We're like we're just doing very badly.
So I think
We
next
had-
week we will try to get a couple more Scadu and maybe like a
Okay.
few more levels of Scadu, which will increase our
Okay.
defense a bit.
Okay.
Oh, I wound table.
We had a couple of really good attempts,
There,
though.
there was that one where I was like, she's gonna get it. She's gonna get it all by herself. Like, I really thought you were. It was. Listen, I would have been. Excuse me. I would have been genuinely shocked if we had gotten it the first night of trying.
Yeah,
like, honestly.
But I have so much, like, unnecessarily unrealistic, like, expectations of us. I'm like, we got anything. We can do anything we put our minds to. We can fight anyone. We can take down the biggest and baddest bosses in the land.
I believe we can do it, but it's going to be a lot the same thing as Melania. In, out, where we're saying it to each other and helping each other with timing. Like, it's going to be rough. Phase 2 is so hard because you can't see. Everything is so bright. There's just things flashing. He can, like, cross the battlefield in, like, a second.
He just teleports like a little bitch.
Yeah. It's very, very, very hard. He's a very tough boss. He's literally, like, people have ranked him, like, the hardest FromSoft boss that there is, so.
Well,
right. I'm not sure if there's anybody on. I'll take a peek. I don't know. Are you gonna raid out, or are you just gonna go eat your din-dins?
I think I'm just gonna go eat my dinner, but I'll take a look, actually.
Yeah.
Just in case.
No,
there's nobody. There is Pink Soul's online playing Elden Ring.
Oh.
Oh. I heard she's got some new emotes.
Some new emotes? Oh my gosh, you should check them out. Subscribe for more.
Oh my god. We can do it. I do think we can do it. We can't do it tonight because we are very quickly and rapidly declining in skill and ability. But do you think Gigi's online? Ew. Why would you want to her?
My pal Jade is on playing Ghost of Yotei if you want to double raid her.
Or
do you want to raid into me? Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to get spoilered.
Oh, fair. I don't know how far in she is, so perfect. Yeah, I'll raid Jade.
Yeah, part 3. Yeah, so she's a ways in.
Oh, okay. Fair.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. So I'll raid to you, and then I'm gonna raid and run from there.
Yes, everyone say goodnight to Gigi. She's gonna go get some dinner.
Good night,
everyone say thank you for being here.
Thanks for playing with me.
Thank
Here's
you,
all
bestie.
of my links if you want them. I don't know your fucking life. Oh, we have the same commands. Here's all of everything.
Here's everything.
Links.
Follow
Here's
everybody
all
and
of
do
the
all
links.
of the
Follow
things.
Do everything, you know, all of that stuff. Okay, I love
Good night,
you guys.
bestie. Good night.
Good night.
Bye. All right, so she's gonna raid into us. Yeah, everyone say goodnight to her, and then we're gonna go raid Jade as soon as that raid from Gigi comes through. Wait a second. Oh, there she goes. She leaving. Oh yeah, let me kick her out all the way here. Wow, a Gigi raid? That's crazy. Wow, a Gigi raid? That's crazy. Emotes look great. Thank you guys. That really means a lot to me. It really, really does. I put a lot of work and love and care and planning into them, and it means a lot that you guys enjoy them. And I really hope you use them. Don't just use them here, but use them everywhere on all that stuff. Raid video? All right. We will raid video and then we'll raid out, guys. All right. Everyone, thank Gigi for being here. Gigi, go get your food. Don't feel like you need to be here. All that jazz. What were you playing, Gigi? Tell us about your night. All right, guys, here's the video. Enjoy the video, and I'll be back in a second, and then we're gonna raid out to Jade. A Jade raid. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
And I died. Oopsies.
You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom. Are you pooping?
I'm a big girl. I do Mordors.
No.
Do you think he survived? This is literally.
Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling. Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up?
I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life.
Maybe let's not say those things on my stream.
Okay, have fun, bye!
It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo.
I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening?
Oh,
I keep finding these boners.
you can have your very own Greg.
It's soup. Where are the Vajuzhans?
I just want to be beautiful like her.
I am Cat, I can help you! He's totally dead, he's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him.
I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time.
Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. Thank you so much, Gigi. Thank you for playing with me. We gotta make this fight last until our birthday stream. Otherwise, we're gonna have to do something like short in between. Anyways, guys, thank you for being here. Tomorrow is going to be one of two things. Either we're going to do more Borderlands 4, or I might do a few more demos and get them done and get them taken care of so I don't have to stress about them and worry about them later. But either way, please hang out for the raid. Let's go raid Jade, a Jade raid. And tomorrow, yeah, like I said, tomorrow will either be Borderlands or it'll be a couple more demos to get through and all that jazz. So thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Go copy and paste any of these. I don't care which one. And go say hey to Jade, and we'll see you later. Good night. An ad break? No, we're ending. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.